Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this welcome to the regular council meeting for March 10th, 2026. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock a.m. And I'd like to welcome all members of council in attendance along with Clearwater County staff that will be providing us with facts and information today so that we can make the best decisions on behalf of residents, businesses, and stakeholders of Clearwater County. I'd also like to welcome the members of the public this morning and also welcome any media that are in attendance or viewing online. I'd like to ask if there are any members of council that may have a pecuniary or a conflict of interest on any agenda items here today. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, I'll have a potential pecuniary interest on 8.2.3.
Okay, so item 8.2.3. You'll recuse yourself under that item when we get to that. Okay, thank you very much. I'd also like to remind that all meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Access of Information Act, Sections 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented, or if there are any amendments. Councillor Humphrey, make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes a motion to adopt the March 10th, 2026 agenda as presented. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the regular council meeting minutes from February 24th, 2026. Looking for any errors or omissions or a motion to adopt those minutes as presented in our agenda. Deputy Reeve McKay.
I'll motion to adopt the minutes as presented.
Okay, it's no noted errors or omissions, so we have motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to adopt the minutes from February 24th, regular council meeting. So seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. We have a public hearing under item 4.1 of today's agenda on page 14. And we'll call the public hearing to order at 9:03. And I'll explain the process. During the public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. If you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether in favor or opposed to this application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on the Clearwater County YouTube channel, it is best you mute YouTube and listen via the online meeting as there's a 30-second delay on the channel. If you're participating via the online meeting or telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back with the number that was provided and we'll add you back into the meeting. Firstly, I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted, and we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, administration will explain the background of the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application and respond to any agency comments. Then, anyone who is present in person or whomever is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. After that, we'll go online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for in-person participants and then to online participants. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to staff for the background report, we'll take a moment and we'll do a quick round of introductions and we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Deputy Reeve and Division 3 Councillor.
Good morning. Welcome to council chambers. Jordan Northcott, Reeve.
Tyler Macaulay, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Zermack, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Division 7 Councillor.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Acting Director.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Good morning, Jesse Badgema, the applicant, or one of the applicants.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Metcalf. I'm an Alberta land surveyor, and I've applied on behalf of Brandon, or Jesse and Brandon Badgema.
Brandon Badgema, applicant.
Welcome again to council chambers, and at this time I'll invite Mr. Conley to present the background information on this agenda item.
Thank you, Reeve. Mike Metcalf of Bamoko Land Surveying has made application on behalf of Brandon and Jesse Badgema to amend the land use bylaw for the purpose of creating a second parcel third title out of the quarter section known as Southeast 339 of 4. The subject property contains 156 acres and is designated agricultural. The property is approximately 5 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Condor, adjacent to Highway 11 and Range Road 4-2. The applicants are proposing to redistrict 8.85 acres from the agricultural district to the CRA district for the purpose of creating separate title for the residential parcel. The landowners farm the quarter and do not require the residential portion. The proposal is complete with 2 residences, various accessory buildings, water and septic services. The septic system is an open discharge system and will need to be replaced at the time of subdivision. The larger parcel is to accommodate the existing yard site and developments. The dominant rating for the quarter section for the land suitability rating system is Class 3. Access to the proposal and the balance of the quarter section exists off Range Road 4-2, adjacent to the east property boundary. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural and residential, with an industrial parcel north of the proposal. The redesignation is to allow for the subdivision of an existing farmstead. The request for the larger parcel is to encompass existing services, and a larger parcel may be considered by council to accommodate an existing farmstead as per MDP Policy 10.2.4. It is not anticipated that the proposal will negatively impact surrounding land uses as it's existing. Should the LUA and subsequent subdivision application be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title from the quarter section and would align with MDP Policy 10.2.2. Thank you.
That's all you have for
Yeah.
right now? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Conley. I'd like to ask council, are there any questions of administration at this time, or Mr. Conley? I'm seeing none. I'd like to invite administration to present any comments received from referral agencies.
The Municipal Planning Commission defeated a motion that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to Bylaw 25-0/070 due to the proposal being oversized. Alberta Transportation provided their standard comments, and they also noted that the department anticipates minimal impact on the highway from this proposal. No variance is required, and Transportation and Economic Corridors accepts no responsibility for the noise impacts or other impacts of the highway traffic upon any development or occupants thereof. And the subject land is within the permit area of the highway, so any new development will require a roadside development permit. Alberta Health Services provided their standard comments regarding septic. Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objection to the land use amendment. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has no objections. They will request a road widening agreement at the time of subdivision. Public Works Operation has no comments at this time. Fire and Emergency Services has no comments at this time. Fortis Alberta has no concerns. And then I received comments from Kiera Energy as they have interest on title and they have no concerns with this application. And that is all I received for comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Connolly. I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to the proposal, add any comments in support of the request, and respond to any agency comments if you'd like at this time.
Good morning again. This is just a standard application to subdivide off the non-residential portion of the farmland. So the landowners are just wishing to keep the farmland separate from the residential portion. We'd like to keep it at this size. We did note that MPC did have a problem with the oversized. It is allowed at a discretionary allowable from council, so we'd like to consider that, and if that is a hang-up, we're definitely willing to look at other options if that's the only issue with the proposed subdivision, or proposed redesignation, I guess is what we're talking about today.
Okay,
Do you guys have anything you want to add? Do you have anything you want to add?
No, just that we were willing to, like, we put the dugout in there because we'd like to have the dugout on the parcel, but we could make it smaller. But we had another sketch done up, but yeah, if this doesn't work, we can make it to the 5 acre mark or.
Yeah, we're just willing to amend the size if that's the only problem that council has with MPC's recommendation.
okay. Thank you for the comments. If there's no other further comments, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public that are in attendance in person at this meeting that would be wishing to speak in favor of this application. And I'm not seeing any in the gallery. But I will ask again if there are any members of the public that are in attendance wishing to speak in favor of this application. I don't think there's anybody around the corner. I'll ask Ms. Thompson if there are any members of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in favor of this application.
No members of the public are registered virtually today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. And before moving on, we'll just check with administration and see if there are any written submissions in favor of this application.
No written submissions were received.
Okay. We'll move on. I'd like to invite any members of the public that are in attendance here this morning in person wishing to speak in opposition of the application. And I'm seeing none, so I'll move over to any virtual attendance. So any members of the public that are in attendance virtually wishing to speak in opposition to this application. Are there any members online in opposition? Ms. Thompson?
No members of the public were registered virtually today.
Okay, thank you again for that. And before moving on, I'll check with the development officer regarding any written submissions opposing this application.
None were received.
Okay. I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks at this time. If you have any further comments or remarks at this point.
No more comments from us right now.
Okay. Councillor Shermack, you have a comment or a question?
Yes, I do. I have a question for Dawson. Does this meet all of our provincial laws, MDP, LUB, ASPs, except for the size of this? And seeing that it takes in this dugout,
Yes.
would that be could that be extended for this 80 acres? And it would still be in appliance with our bylaws that are in, what are they? They're
The land
in
use-
power right now?
Yeah, so this complies, and even with I forget the number, I think 10.2.2 of the MDP, it allows for oversized parcels to encompass services. So either way, it complies mostly. The oversize is at the discretion of council. So the applicants did propose a new sketch as well that I can bring up at second and third readings to fully comply with the size, and it's down to 7 acres, I believe.
I think it was around 5 acres once we knocked it down to the way, just to make it more usable for the residents of the farm. It came down from 8.5 to 5, just given where the dugout's related relative to the other services on site.
So if this came down to 5 acres, then it'd be, we're we're not doing any amendments, or it's not outside of any of our bylaws.
That's correct. If it came down to 5 acres, it would be fully compliant.
Okay, so therefore it would have to pass.
It's at the discretion of council, so.
Our bylaws that are in, if it meets all bylaws, then it has to pass, or these people could go and appeal our decision.
No, you can't appeal a bylaw decision. So because it's coming to council through a land use amendment, it's done by bylaw, and if a bylaw is refused, it can't be appealed because it's a final decision of council.
Even if it meets all of the criteria of our bylaws.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any further discussion in regards to the public hearing? We do have another agenda item regarding second and third reading on this agenda item. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Another question for planning. Just with regards to the fact that there's 2 permanent residences on this potential CRA parcel, does that fit within our bylaws?
Yes, it does. In the land use bylaw, we allow for secondary suites, which is, it's essentially a second residence. And the one is quite small and it fits within the size requirement for that second residence.
Okay. I was under the impression there was very specific parameters around secondary
So
suites.
yeah, so there's a maximum size, and because these houses are quite small, so they fit, either one of them will fit within that size parameter.
And that there's no requirements regarding the services available in that secondary suite?
No.
Okay.
Okay, are there any further remarks from the applicant at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing here at 9:17 a.m. And there will be no motions entertained at this time on this agenda item, but we will be moving on into the agenda item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third readings to bylaw number 25070 for application number 43-25 to amend the land use bylaw on page 32 of today's agenda. And I'd like to pass the floor over to administration to present this item.
The purpose of bylaw 25/070 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate the 8.85 acres of Southeast 339 of 4 from the agricultural district to the CRA district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will then proceed with an application to subdivide. The applicants have expanded their farming operation by acquiring this quarter, and they do not require the residential yard site. Please refer to the documents attached to the public hearing agenda item for further details on this application. And as required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers. Comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. And I did send Jana a sketch of that 5-acre proposal, so I'll just get her to pull that up for council to review. Do you want to go to the next one that has the aerial? That one. That's good. So if council were to amend the size, we would just amend the bylaw to reflect that change. That's all I have for this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Connolly. Are there any questions, comments from council or a motion? Councillor Cermak, please go ahead.
I will make a motion for second reading with 5 acres included in this, for this second reading for bylaw 25/070.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Cermak for second reading to approve bylaw number 25/070 for application number 4325 with the amended size down to 5 acres. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councillor Cermak, okay. Is there any clarity or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. At this time, we do not need to proceed to third reading, as second reading was defeated. So I'd like to thank you for coming in this morning. And we'll be moving on in our agenda to item 5.2, which is first reading the bylaw 25079 for application number 0426 to amend the land use bylaw on page 37. And I'd like to invite Mr. Bisson to present this agenda item, please.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott, and good morning, Council. I believe the applicant is joining us virtually this morning. I'm not sure if he's online as of yet, but I'll look to Jana for that. Perhaps I'll get started. Arthur Radmore currently holds title to Plan 6876 ET, Block 1, Lot 2, containing 6,000 square feet, located at 5008 49th Ave in the hamlet of Caroline. The landowner has made application to redesignate the entire property from hamlet commercial mixed use to hamlet multiple dwelling district. The undeveloped parcel is described as being flat with a few trees located along the front yard. Access to the parcel will remain the same and can be obtained from 49th Ave adjacent to the south property boundary or from the rear lane adjacent to the north property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly hamlet mixed use to the north and east, and mainly hamlet residential to the south and west. Pending the result of the land use amendment, the applicant intends to proceed with a development permit application for the construction of a dwelling duplex or dwelling multiple unit. The applicant is attending virtually. He hasn't joined us as of yet, apparently. If council has no concerns with the policy that's before them, I'm sure you guys have had a chance to review everything with the Village of Caroline's MDP that's there. I'll skip into the policy considerations. The proposed redesignation would allow for the intensification of the hamlet's population, which is in line with the former village's MDP. The proposal promotes the development of a compact community, maximizing the efficiency of existing infrastructure. The proposal allows for a variety of housing forms. It would not exceed the minimum and maximum housing types that are outlined in the MDP, Section 6, subsection 3. The property is identified for residential use on map 2 of the future land use concept map, and the minimum off-street parking requirements can be met. The proposal may not meet MDP policy 6, subsection 4C, as adjacent properties are hamlet commercial, mixed use, and hamlet residential, and not hamlet multiple dwelling, which is being proposed. So it's our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 26-079 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson, for the background report on this item. Comments or discussion from council members or a motion? Councillor Humphrey, please go ahead.
Make a motion that we grant first reading to bylaw 26079 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. So we have a motion on the floor to grant first reading to bylaw 26-079 and proceed to a public hearing. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to item 5.3 in today's agenda on page 51. First reading of bylaw 26081 for application number 0526 to amend land use bylaw. And again, I'd like to pass this over to administration to present this item.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. So Strategic Evolution Consulting currently holds title to the Northwest 936-7, containing 145.90 acres of land. The subject land is located approximately 12.8 kilometers or 8 miles west of the hamlet of Caroline. Gerald and Susan Ernst, on behalf of their company, has made application to redesignate an additional 10.92 acres located in the northern portion of the quarter section from Agricultural District A to Highway Development District HD. The proposed 10.92 acres to be redesignated is flat, mostly cleared pasture land. There are no structures located on the land to be redesignated. The applicants have indicated that the access into the business will not change and will continue to utilize the existing access off Highway 591 adjacent to the north property boundary. The balance of the subject land can be described as mainly flat pasture land. Vegetation of the property is a mix of heavily treed portions and cleared pasture land. The property borders the Clearwater River to the south. The first residential parcel was subdivided off in 1984 and is located in the west central portion of the quarter. There is no oil and gas activity taking place on the quarter. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from an existing access off Highway 591 adjacent to the north property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area can be described as a mix of residential, agricultural, and crown land. Pending the result of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with the development permit application to expand the existing business operation. So moving to policy considerations, the proposed redesignation request could result in a total of 15.92 acres of the quarter section being designated Highway Development District, including the 5 acres that currently exist as highway development. This would allow for an existing operation to expand its business within our community, which aligns with the MDP. The location and size of the area to be redesignated does impact approximately 10 acres of lower quality agricultural land. Recreational vehicle storage is listed as a discretionary use in the Highway Development District. At this time, the applicants have not applied to subdivide the proposed redesignated lands. Access is available off the provincially maintained highway. So it's our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 26-081 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Comments, questions, clarification on this item, or a motion at this time from council? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
One brief question. Is RV storage not a also discretionary use of agricultural land as well as highway commercial?
I believe it is listed as a use in the agriculture district for smaller operations.
Okay, it doesn't define the size of the operation, just it seems strange that a redesignation would be required when it's already a permitted discretionary use of the property as it stands.
Okay.
Are there any other comments, questions, clarification from council at this time? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Humphrey, you're willing to make a motion at this time?
Yes, I would make a motion that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 26-081 and proceed to the public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to proceed to first reading to grant first reading to bylaw 26-081 and proceed to a public hearing. Seeing no discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Moving on to item 5.4. First reading of bylaw 26-082 for application number 3825 to amend the land use bylaw on page 65 of today's agenda. And I see Ms. Bailey has joined us. I'd like to invite you to please present the agenda item as.
For sure. Good morning, council. Wayne Oppendries, on behalf of his brother, has made application to redesignate 2.25 acres within the southwest of 2839 of 6 from the agricultural district to the country residential district. The land is located east of the town of Rocky Mountain House, approximately 1 mile east of the Timey Road and half a mile south of Secondary Highway 598. Pending the outcome of this land use amendment, the applicant intends to subdivide out the yard site. So it would be the third title being created from the quarter section. The proposal is located in the southwest quadrant of the quarter. It is developed with a home and greenhouse, and it is serviced with a water well and newly installed septic system. Access exists off Range Road 6-4, adjacent to the west property boundary, which comes to a dead end just past the northwest corner of the quarter section. The balance of the quarter contains 154.32 acres and is actively farmed by the applicant's brothers. There is a lease site in the central portion of the land, and no other development exists on the quarter section, other than the acreage that was taken out prior to this, immediately south of the proposal. Access to the remainder of the quarter exists off of Range Road 6-4 and Township Road 39-4, adjacent to the south boundary. Surrounding land uses are residential, agricultural with industrial activities. Do you want me to go through the attached policy, or has council had a chance to read through it?
I'm looking for council. Is there a consensus to proceed through policy, or?
It's fairly standard for first or second title out, so I'll just move on to the considerations. So the applicant is proposing to redesignate the 2.5 acres in hopes of creating a CR parcel. I just wanted to note that the initial request that came in was for a 1 acre residential parcel, not to interfere with the existing farming activities taking place on the balance, and the applicant was advised to go slightly larger to comply with the minimum parcel sizes for the CR district. As such, the application before council today is fully supported by all provisions of Clearwater County's current MDP and land use bylaw, other than it does utilize the 1 to 1.5 acres of hayland, which will continue to be farmed by the applicant's siblings. The existing yard site is developed, it has been surveyed, and a new septic system has been installed to meet all residential characteristics for the site to comply with the MDP. Existing structures within the proposal can achieve the setback distance outlined in the land use bylaw for this district, and legal and physical access can be achieved. The proposal also abuts an existing acreage. We understand that council wishes to preserve agricultural land, however, the activities taking place on this land will not change. Should council be uncertain as to whether or not they're going to approve this subdivision, we are recommending that obviously we would like first reading to go through, but if there is no intentions of fully complying or approving this, we ask that you refuse it at first reading so the applicant can acquire some of his application feedback. The applicant wasn't able to come in today. He sent me an email, and I'm just going to read that to you as well. I have lived on the property for 20 plus years. It is where I've raised my sons with my wife. My brothers hold title to the quarter section and farm the land, just like my dad did before them. We were all told by Dad, this yard site is my home. I inquired about 1 acre area around my yard site, but was advised to go slightly larger to align with the minimum parcel size requirements, and my brothers were okay with that. No fences will be relocated, so my brothers can continue to farm the hayland to the north of my yard.
Ms. Billy, if I may at this time,
Yep.
would these comments be appropriate for a public hearing? Or is this
just
normal procedure for first reading?
It's just providing him his opportunity to speak to you guys because he wasn't here today.
Okay, please proceed.
I have completed a survey and replaced the septic system for my proposed smaller area. I did not realize the septic system could be a condition of subdivision and had it completed already. I have health issues, which is why I'm not here in person today, and ask council to allow the zoning change so that I can create separate title to my yard site. Please consider my application. This has always been the plan, and it would bring my family and myself peace of mind. Thank you, Wayne Oppendries.
Thank you, Ms. Billy, for the background report on this item. Comments, discussion from council? or motion? Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
So this meets all of our bylaws and provincial laws?
It does, other than it is utilizing 1 to 1.5 acres of better quality agricultural land to the north of his yard site. That would be the only provision it doesn't comply with.
So in future years, if this is sold, then that farmland would be taken into this acreage?
It would be, but that's not the intent.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
So, seeing that we've already had one that was defeated, that met all the criteria, I see no sense in even voting on a first reading if we're not gonna pass it because there's farmland involved. Why should the county spend $600 or $700 to advertise this? The applicant paid $400 to bring this to us. Why are we spending all this money if we're just gonna vote it down? We might just well vote it down at the first reading.
So, if I may, do you have any further comments, Councillor Cermak?
Well, it just seems like we're wasting time and money of residents that I don't think can afford to do that. Waste the money.
Okay.
When we're gonna vote it down anyway, so let's do it right off the get-go.
Okay, do you have any further comments, Councillor Cermak?
No, but if we do a vote, I want it recorded.
Okay. We don't have a motion on the floor at this point in time, but I will definitely keep that in mind. Ms. Billy, what I'm hearing out of that is, what would the result be? What would the implications be if first reading was defeated?
He would acquire some of his application fee back, a percentage based on the fee schedule. If it proceeds to a public hearing, he doesn't get any money back.
Okay. And proceed, this is very odd. Administration's never presented this to council in this manner before. I'm just, so procedurally or there's for appeals or any of that statute, like what would be the consequences or repercussions of defeating first reading?
There would be none. There's no option to appeal a land use amendment. It's solely at council's discretion. So we had worked with Wayne and advised him on possible outcomes for both situations. And obviously we hope first reading passes with the intent to approve it and he can have a subdivision. But if not, you can motion to refuse it at first reading and he can have some of his application fee back.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification on that. Council members, I do see Deputy Reeve McKay. And then
I was just going to ask about the appeal. That was all. That's okay.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve McKay, please.
I was just, I'd like to echo Mr. Cermak's sentiments that I often wonder why we don't vote differently on first reading. And with that said, I guess I would make a motion that council considers first reading of bylaw 26082.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes. I do have one more question. Can planning give me a dollar figure on what it costs to bring this to second reading? With advertising the planning's time that they spend at this, would it be 1,000, over 1,000? I know that advertising in the paper, in both papers, got to be around $600 each. So that's 1,200 in 2 meetings and in whatever work you people do.
It's okay. I was just gonna say the advertising part, to know exactly the amount is a bit tricky because we do it with communications. We give them the information and they do our whole page in the paper with all kinds of notices to know what how each one is affected or costs. It's pretty hard to actually identify that part of it. As for staff time, it really depends on the application. It's probably a few hours that we put together for that for sure. And if it goes to MPC, that adds time as well. But That's just part of generally like the cost that we send to the applicant is just, it's to cover some of the costs, but it's definitely not a cost recovery for sure with those application fees. It's just to make sure that people are serious and to cover some of the advertising costs and things like that. And referrals.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Do you have any further comments, Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, it's just that it seems like it's a waste of money what we're doing right now. When these applications fit all of our laws that are in place right now, all of our provincial laws, the MDP, the LUB, the ASPs, provincial laws, it all matches and we vote it down. Thank you.
You know what, Ms. Billy, I'd like to thank you for bringing that forward. I know in the past there's been a narrative that not proceeding to a public hearing would limit public opportunity for comments. However, we did just witness a public hearing where there was zero attendance, either in favor or opposed, or in person or virtually or letters. So, Councillor McCauley, please go ahead.
Just echoing Councillor Cermak's comments. If we're not entertaining these beyond second reading, let's not waste everyone's time and money. Let's just vote it down.
Thank you, Councillor McCauley. We'll all have independent votes here. I just wonder, I was at that public hearing when the 2023 MDP was developed, and there was a lot of people at that public hearing. I find it interesting that comments are being brought forward at this point in time. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I just want clarification on 10.2.2 in the MDP. It does say Clearwater County may approve one additional subdivision. It doesn't say we have to, it says may. I was voted in by the residents to be a representative for the residents and to be a voice of the majority. It says may. There's no guideline in here stating I have to vote a certain way. My job is to be a voice of the majority. 90% of the people I spoke to did not want any more acreages. Didn't say they didn't want it to be an appropriate location, but they did not want to see it on farmland. I understand the financial implications of going to a public hearing would cost the county extra, and I can understand that, but it does say may approve.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just would like to echo that to remind everyone that this is at council's discretion. It's clearly stated within the bylaw, and that there is a motion on the floor at this time.
Yes, so we do have Councillor, or Deputy Reeve McKay is correct, and he did make the motion to grant first reading to bylaw 26082. And I'd just like to ask for a recorded vote as requested by Councillor Cermak. So seeing no further discussion at this time, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion that's on the floor? And those opposed? Motion is defeated. Moving on to item 5.5. First reading of bylaw 26075 for application number 0126 to amend the land use bylaw. It's on page 80 of today's agenda. And I believe Ms. Gillum, you'll be presenting this item.
Sorry, bear with me here. I think Adrian's is the next. I'm not sure where he is. Oh, he's right there. Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to council chambers. Maybe before we begin, we'll just do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Letman, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning. Drew McKay, Division 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Jordan Northcott Reeve and Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Division 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Acting Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Morning, Adrian Clark, planner.
Good morning. My name is Adrian Kliss and my son Edwin.
Nice to meet y'all.
Good morning. Thank you for coming in this morning. Absolutely. And I'll invite administration to present this item at this time.
Thank you, Reeve. Morning, Council. Before you is bylaw 25/075 to redesignate 160 acres of Southwest 734-7 from Agricultural District to the Highway Development District. 594599 Alberta Limited currently holds title to the subject parcel containing 160 acres located 27.4 kilometers from southwest of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicant, Adrian Kliss, has made application on behalf of the numbered company to redesignate approximately 160 acres to the Highway Development District. The proposed redesignation is to accommodate the ongoing growth of bearberry cabins, an existing operation, which have been in operation since 2005. The current operations include a range of land uses, and with the anticipated expansion of the business, the existing agricultural district will no longer be appropriate to accommodate all the current uses proposed. The most recent development permit approval stated that if there is any further development or expansion of the business on the property, this will require redesignation of the property to the most appropriate land use district. The redesignation of Highway Development District would better reflect and regulate both existing and anticipated future operations of the business. Current uses include residential, minor retail, campground, light industrial, existing agricultural operations. The applicant had just informed me that they're no longer doing any agricultural operations on the subject parcel. Developmental approval was granted for many of the uses, and if any uses that did not receive developmental approval will be required to comply with current land use zoning after a successful redesignation. Legal and physical access to the subject parcel is obtained through a Crown disposition lease from the provincial government. The lease provides access across Northeast 134-8, which is Crown land, and an existing approach from Highway 584 is used to access the subject parcel. This access disposition was renewed in April 2024 and will remain in effect until April 2049. The surrounding land uses in the area is agricultural and Crown land. Policies I would like to bring attention to the council would be MDP policy 7.1.1, which recognizes continue to recognize existing economic activities throughout the county, such as agricultural production, tourism-based industry, and responsible extraction of natural resources. MDP policy 7.1.2, promote appropriate economic development activities to enhance and diversify local economy. MDP policy 7.2.1, Clearwater County continues to encourage the retention and expansion of existing business and industry and the attraction of new business and industry as a means to diversify the county's economic base. MDP policy 2.2.28, which is based around tourism. Clearwater County encourage tourism land uses to be located in the county and may be continue and may accommodate appropriate tourism land uses in suitable location. Want to bring attention to section Part D of that policy, where areas having other amenity values for tourism and land uses and appropriate accessibility. For our planning considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for Southwest 7347 to be redesignated to highway development. The purpose of the redesignation is to accommodate the continued growth and expansion of Bearberry Cabins, which is an established tourism business that's been operating since 2005. To note that 2005 was when we have first records, but they've been operating since before 2005. The proposal would align with the property's land use designation with a wider range of commercial and tourism-related uses permitted within Highway Development District. The redesignation will ensure that existing and future operations are regulated under the district intended for highway-oriented commercial and recreational uses. The proposal is consistent with municipal development plan goals supporting economic development, tourism, and retention and expansion of existing businesses. Although the land is currently designated agricultural, the property has functioned as a tourism-oriented commercial operation for nearly 2 decades. Previous development permits were issued under the provision for farm subsidiary business within the agricultural district. However, further expansion of the existing operation is not supported under this current designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for the background information on this agenda item. Comments or questions? Clarity from council. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just a quick question for planning. We have a parcel here that is already, that there's a business already operating on it, and you stated that planning told them that if there was further expansion, they had to further develop the property for the purpose of the business will require redesignation. But there doesn't seem to be a particular reason for that.
So the applicant came forward to propose additional development, and because the applicant came forward to propose additional development on the property related to the business, that would trigger the process of a redesignation.
But the business already existed.
Yes, so the business was approved on the farm subsidiary business in the agricultural district. And so if a business is growing, that use no longer, the use that the business is proposed under, if it grows more than that use allows, then we as administration would need to let the applicant know that if you're going to grow more than what the use accommodates in that land use district, the property would need to be rezoned to accommodate any further growth of the business. So it needs to be rezoned to the appropriate district to allow for that.
Okay, just those parameters don't seem to be clearly defined. And the reason my whole path here is we have a parcel that is nowhere near a highway that we want to redesignate as highway
development.
And we're trying to promote agricultural tourism within our county. And we have a property that the business is agricultural tourism. Why would we want to redesignate that property from anything other than agricultural?
Because of, there are multiple uses on the existing property. So it's not just agricultural tourism, but there is also retail, light industrial, and there's some commercial uses that's happening on the property. And with those uses combined with the expansion that will be happening, that's what would trigger the rezoning. Also, the property is in close proximity to Highway 584. And the
Well,
only reason,
I know where the property is.
Yes.
But it's, you can't access it from a highway.
yeah, it's accessed through that lease road from off of Highway 584. Because of that access, and that's based on the lease, that property is the only that applicant is the only person that's allowed to use that highway to access their property. It's not going, that access is not going to be provided for multiple land users. Only that landowner, for the purpose of his business, was granted that lease by the province. So it was because of the business that is happening on that quarter section that the province allowed for that lease to be approved, which would allow for him to be his, in essence, his own personal driveway from the highway to that quarter section.
Okay, again, I have no problem with the business expanding. I think agricultural tourism is an excellent opportunity for this county. It's sending a mixed signal to redesignate it from agricultural to support a business that is based on agriculture.
Possibly.
Can I say
Yes,
something?
please go ahead. Please.
In 1986, it was the training camp for the Olympic biathlon races in Kammeroor. It started actually with the ski trails. So in 86, I was not the owner. I went the owner in 94, and we continued to do the training camps for the young athletes for years. And then there were 3 camps on the property, and they are still there. And one we renovated actually, and then we get a call for one cabin more, and then another cabin. So that's how we started actually, with more cabins.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I do see some other councillors have some comments and questions. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yes, and this be for administration. So I'm trying to understand this, what Councillor McKay was, I think along that same lines, and I'm still, is it because the current designation, in order for them to have, there's a maximum number of buildings that are allowed to be put on it, that now we have to change that to accommodate that? Is that the reasoning?
Ms. Gillum, would you like to provide some comments, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that, so the business was approved under the old land use bylaw as a farm subsidiary business, and it was very specific that the business was intended to be kind of subordinate to the agricultural use of the property. But it's grown well beyond that, and the variety of uses that they have on the property make more sense under the highway development, and they have some light industrial use in there, which is listed as a permitted use in the highway development district. They have a variety of uses listed, I guess, or that they use the property for, like you mentioned, the biathlon stuff, camping stuff. So like the majority of the quarter section is not used agriculturally. It is used as a recreation property for a variety of different things. And then he's got a business and a shop there and stuff too. So it was just our recommendation to switch it to this because he wanted to grow, and under the previous business, we had allowed some, but it's like it was no longer subordinate to the farming use of the property, and it made more sense to go to a district where things would be could be appropriately approved, or even approved possibly by administration, because it's the right zoning for that use. So that's kind of where it came about. So it's gone, like I said, well beyond what we would consider subordinate to a farming use, and it really isn't used farming wise. Like for the majority of it, it's used recreationally and other things. So that's kind of where that came about.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gill.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
How are other counties handling the larger ag tourism providers that would have all those similar setup, I assume, to this page? Because I've seen them around. They must. How do they get zoned? Do they get zoned off of ag? Because I've seen some with a farm and the whole retail shop setup. How do we accommodate all things here?
Mr. Clark?
So the question you're asking is, how do we deal with this proposed business? How other counties deals with similar business? How other county deals with it? They rezone the entire or a portion of the quarter section to accommodate the use that is being proposed.
Okay.
When speaking to an additional other counties in dealing with something similar, in their situation, they have rezoned entire quarters to accommodate such uses, such a big use of the property for the type of use that is being proposed. They would rezone the entire quarter because, as said by Kim, is that majority of the quarter section is used for their business, for recreational purposes, ski trails, walking trails, cross-country trails. So majority of the quarter section is no longer being used for agricultural use, hence why similar counties have rezoned their entire quarter section for such a business.
Okay. Councilor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was just looking at this one. It says it's right now the current use is residential, minor retail, campground, light industrial. Why would we go highway development when it should be probably under light industrial? Because they're having retail sales and we have other light industrial in our area. And this has got a driveway up from a major highway, not a major highway, but a highway. Why would it not be industrial so that it fit right with the rest of our county?
So we do not propose industrial. Reason being is that with the majority of uses that are currently taking place on the property, it would not fit within the industrial land use district. So within the industrial land use district, it will not allow for tourism operations to take place on the quarter section. And there is also residentials, three residents that are on the quarter section, and in the industrial land use district, it will not allow for that type of that amount of residential residents to be on the quarter section as well. I think Kim wants to add more as well.
But highway development will allow other than industrial, retail, and residence.
Yes, highway development will allow for all uses that are currently taking place on the quarter section to continue operating legally.
Okay.
I just wanted to note that it actually was my suggestion, go highway development rather than even like a recreation facility zoning, because it does have the industrial light listed in it as well as the recreational uses that they currently have on there. Because the recreation doesn't have that, but he does have the business where he, in the shop, he does construct some stuff and then sell a retail or have a retail portion of that, as well as the campground stuff. So we were trying to find the zoning that would fit all of the uses they have on there the best. And this one, and given that his like private driveway through the lease road directly accesses to the highway, we thought that this was the best one to cover everything that he was already operating on there.
Okay, so it says also in this development approval was granted for many of the uses. Any uses that did not receive development approval will require to comply with the current land use bylaw after a successful redesignation. If we don't approve this, then what happens to that stuff that isn't approved that he's already doing on his land? Is it gonna have to be eliminated or what?
Any uses that's currently not, technically it's just one use that's currently did not receive full approval, which is the light industrial. And if the rezoning did not take place, it would definitely impact his existing operations, because that light industrial use is a major component of what is currently taking place as well on the property.
I personally think it should be approved, but I'm not saying, I can't speak for the rest of council. I think what they're doing is needed in our county, and I think it's in a very appropriate area. He has a private driveway that comes there and everything. I think as long as whatever expansion he does, as long as he keeps coming in and getting approval before he does it, I think is what needs to happen. Thank you.
One question for administration. In the event that first reading was to be passed, would this be referred to the Municipal Planning Commission for review and recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. So there would be a site visit then by the Municipal Planning Commission?
Yes, there would be a site visit by a Municipal Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna make a motion that council considers granting first reading to bylaw 25-075, and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to proceed to grant first reading of bylaw 26-075 and proceed to a first reading. Seeing no other comments, discussion, questions from council, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'll call the question again. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor of first reading? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we'll be back at 10:15. Well, 10:20. Welcome back from our short recess. Moving on in today's agenda item to item 5.6, which is Bylaw 26083 for fee and refund structure. And I will pass the floor over to Planning and Development to present this item.
Thank you. So a year ago, we had brought forward an updated fee schedule to be adopted by council, and previously it hadn't been updated for more than 10 years. The item presented in 2025 showed a fee comparison between 8 surrounding rural municipalities for reference and comparison. And additionally, items were added that weren't previously listed in the fee schedule that were needed. And then due to the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline, certain fees needed to be combined into one in order to reduce confusion as well, because they had a separate fee schedule. So I linked the previous item here if you guys were curious about what other municipalities had charged, and we kind of typically we always have picked somewhere sort of in the middle, similar to wages and things like that. Our fees we've picked somewhere in the middle generally as well. Council approved Bylaw 25004 for our existing fee schedule. And now the new fee schedule has been used for a year. Administration has noticed a few items are still missing. Also, due to the adoption of the new land use bylaw in the fall, some of the land use descriptions need to be adjusted accordingly as well. So we have attached the existing bylaw for reference, or the existing fee schedule, with highlights to show where changes are being made. And attached is a fee schedule changes sheet to show the changes and additions, and then finally a final Schedule A to be attached to the proposed bylaw 26083 with all the updated fees and additions to also be included. So administration recommends council consider providing 3 readings of bylaw 26083 for planning and development service fees, and which will also during that process repeal the existing bylaw 25004. Should council approve the new fee schedule, administration would apply the following. The new fees would be advertised in the county's website. The new fees would be clearly posted at the front counter of the planning department. And then we'd have a link to the fees in the papers as well, just for clarification for everyone. I did want to note, we realized even since we posted this to you guys, we have fees for printouts of copies of things just because it costs us to print them. And we have the land use bylaw and municipal development plan, but we didn't include other documents such as area structure plans or outline plans. So we would suggest adding to the printing document fees other outline plans and ASP's fee and a fee similar to the municipal development plan, because they're generally a similar size of $15 plus GST. But otherwise it should be as it shows there.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Gillen. Looking for comments, question, clarification from council. Do you have a question, Ms. Gillen?
Sure.
Regarding the refundable amounts. It looks like for development or subdivision, statutory plans, is there work-related or administrative tasks that take place and then there's still the offer of 100% refund?
Generally, like, say with the development permit, basically prior to processing, so like the only thing we've done is taken it in at that point, so they've paid their fees and given us the paperwork, but we haven't done anything. We'll give them their fund, because sometimes people go, oh, I've changed my mind, I'm gonna withdraw my application. So then we'll give them their feedback, but as soon as we start processing or looking into the application, then we don't do a refund because we've started working on it. And similar to subdivision, prior to circulation is the first thing we do. We put together a referral letter for subdivision to adjacent landowners and agencies. So if they choose to withdraw before we go through that process, given that that's the first thing we do, that's why we do the 100% refund. And then after circulation, it's only a partial refund because we put some work in, but the majority of the work comes after, I guess, with going to MPC and presenting that report and then sending out final approvals. And then with the statutory plans, again, we have, after first reading is a 50% refund because we have put some work in to create that item, but we haven't done any public hearing advertising or circulations or anything, so that's why we have the partial refund on there.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, Ms. Gillen, could you, would you say these new fees will be a total cost recovery
No.
for what we put in?
No, I would say the planning fees are Never, cost recovery fees, they've never had them like that. We just try to get back, some of the fees that, for the costs we specifically incur, they don't, ever account for staff time. Generally, they just kind of, for any cost for us, like I said, for advertising or mail outs and things like that. But they're definitely not full cost recovery, but they never have been.
So, just to add to that, how much more would they have to increase to give us cost recovery? Because that's coming out of our tax dollars that cover for a few people that are asking for exceptional to our rules.
Yeah, it really depends on the application, really, because some of them take more time than others. I mean, a standard development permit, a staff member might spend a couple hours on that, but if you're doing their hourly rate, and it depends on who's processing it, because everyone's hourly rate is different, so it's really very difficult to actually account for that.
So these new rates, do they cover 50% of our costs?
They cover basically the cost that we incur outside of staff time for like advertising and things like that. But yeah, they definitely don't cover staff time, but that's pretty consistent with most municipalities.
That's how most municipalities.
That's why I
are
included the
work.
comparison stuff for the last year stuff as well. Like I said, we kind of picked middle to 60% costs, depending. So it's similar to other municipalities, and it depends on the type of use. Some people charge like significantly more for maybe like a gravel pit or something like that, but then some people don't charge as much. So we just tried to find the average between some of them, just for to be kind of middle of the road, I guess.
Thank you.
Yep.
So if council wanted to make some amendments maybe to some of these refundable amounts, for example, rather than being 100% refundable, if that was to be amended to 50%?
Sorry, it's obviously totally up to council if they want to change any of the fees. This was just our suggestion based on our current fees, and like I said, we made changes based on things that were missing, but if you want to go back and change anything, that's totally up to council. It's your fees, so.
So for process, if council members have amendments that they would like to make at this time, would we have to make a motion for each single amendment, or can we just look for consensus at this time?
I think you could probably just determine a consensus of what fees you would like to change, and then an overall motion to approve the fees with the amendments that you've discussed.
Okay, well, I'm gonna propose a couple amendments here, that the refunds, rather than being 100% refundable, would be only 50% refundable under development, and same with subdivision prior to circulation would go from 100% to 50%. After circulation would be 50%. After first reading, there would be no refund. And then if everybody's followed these amendments, I'll open the floor for discussion or any further amendments. Ms. Powell, you look like you have a comment or question.
Repeat that again, please.
Okay, so I'm looking on, so refunds. Under development, so there's development permit prior to processing, it's 100% refundable. I'm proposing an amendment down to 50%. Subdivision is also prior to circulation, 100% refundable. Proposing an amendment to reduce that down to 50%. Along with after circulation would be 50%. And again, after, just down to statutory plans, land use amendments, after first reading, it is still 50% refundable, but I would propose that that be 0 refundable. Councillor McCauley, please go ahead.
Just could I ask why the change? What's your feeling behind that?
It takes a lot of staff time, whether it's, it's being indicated that it's maybe not very time consuming, but there's often bring a level of seriousness to the applications, and I'm sure this may be an opportunity to not increase taxes on the balance of the community. We see many times there's a development that takes place, and later on, the rest of the municipality is left to you know, to provide those costs, just like we've seen in other multi-lot subdivisions that were created, and then there was the need for additional fire suppression services for the dry hydrants, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm just trying to, you know, put some of these costs back onto the application or the developer so that's my intention. Councillor McCauley, if that provides any clarity.
Well, I guess maybe, some of these, like if we're denying after first reading, it's, you know, we're the ones putting that cost then onto the person because we're denying, you know, their application. I think giving them some of the money back. If we didn't, like, from what I heard, prior to circulation, we haven't really put any work into that application. So I don't see why we would change that. If we haven't put any work into it, it doesn't seem fair to be keeping some of that back. I don't know. It's just because we're the ones doing the denials. I kind of liked how it was, but yeah, one vote.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. To Ms. Gillum, these prior to circulation refunds of 100%, or like prior to processing, however we want to word that for each refund. Correct me if I'm wrong, but staff has already taken time to advise these individuals and to assist them in the process of filing a development permit. So it's not like there hasn't been any cost incurred.
I guess, I mean, like if we had a phone call with them or sent them an email supplying them with the application, that would be the extent of our time. But I mean, we field hundreds of inquiries on a daily basis. So I know that all those people aren't charged for that service either. It's just the service we provide as part of the initial question period, I guess.
Right, and that's, I mean, they're not paying for that service. So when they get to the point where they're actually going to file, like they've already used your time and resources, right? Now they've filed their permit. So they've been through the process, it's filed. I don't understand why we'd offer any refund, is where I'm at on this, right? There's, that they understand the process, the regulations, they've spent the time, they've spent your time. Why on earth would we allow them to have any refund?
I guess with somebody, like if they apply for subdivision and then they change their mind before we process it, we've generally just given their money back because it's just, all it's done is sat in an inbox and nobody's done anything with it other than processing a receipt, like they fill out the paperwork and drop it off. So depending on how much they've spoken to us, some people might apply without even speaking to us. So other than just coming in and giving us the application form and paying their fee, there may be minimal interaction. It really depends. It's application to application, so.
Thank you.
If I may, Deputy Reeve McKay, so I was proposing possibly a 50% refund. Are you thinking that you would like to see those or amend those to zero?
Well, that's where I would like to see them, but if
It's
the compromise is 50, then.
No, it's, you know, for clarity and ease of processing too. I mean, if it's 0% refundable, it's, you know, the fee is paid, there's no back and forth. It would simplify process too.
Well, and I guess I'll share further my thought process. If someone has gone through the trouble of requesting a development permit, a subdivision permit, they've read the regulations, they understand them, and if they don't, then they're wasting our time and your time and everyone's time. And I think having it non-refundable, like that, they can ask all the questions of you they want. But if it's non-refundable, it's gonna save a lot of time and a lot of process and administration effort in getting, you know, submissions that aren't necessarily intended to be followed through.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've got all of this right. So refunds on the section where it's got refunds, it's, all I have is under subdivision. Development permits, where's the?
You might have to scroll down to the updated one.
Oh, you're not in the right, sorry, that was the previous one.
Oh, good lord.
Oh. Oh, gosh. right, not too far. Right here, this one.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
I was on the wrong page, none of this was
Those are
making
the
any sense,
previous
so.
fees, sorry.
Too many pages. So prior to processing, there's 100%, what processing, what are we calling processing? So somebody comes in, they can ask you all the questions and about it, what's involved with it, how much it's gonna cost. All of that they can do at zero cost.
Yes.
And then once processing, that means now we're gonna set a date and they're gonna.
Yeah, so I mean, say for like a development permit, in that case, like they've filled out all the paperwork, they've supplied their drawings for their house or something of that nature, and then they've paid their fees. So we accept all that information and then we put it in the file, and then they come to me and I distribute them to whoever has time to process them. So actually like looking through the application, and then doing up that development permit and things like that. So basically the part prior to processing is just somebody accepting the application and the fee in and pulling the file.
At what point does, at what point do you basically give them your recommendation, what you feel on this?
Oh, like whether it meets policy or not?
Yes.
I guess it depends on if they talk to us beforehand or not. Like you said, sometimes people, like, they'll give us a call and they'll say, hey, I wanna build a house, what do I have to do? So we give them kind of the stipulations or rules within that, and then usually when we bring it in, we have a look at what they're proposing and whether we think it'll meet or not. So they do usually have an idea when they're applying if it should meet policy or not. We often will tell people, obviously, if we think that it doesn't meet policy and that we would recommend refusal. And some of them apply still anyways, but then, yeah, the processing kind of comes after for actually doing up the report or the permit or whatnot. But yes, I mean, eventually, like your cohorts here, they mentioned basically that, you know, we do, essentially it's free for people to call us and give us, you know, like say I want to do this, what are the rules, what are whatever. So there is processes they can kind of go through beforehand before they actually supply the application to get the information they need. And most people do, but some people don't.
So most people have already known, and then when they, for development permits, the minute, once the process is complete, there is no refund.
Yeah.
After that. And the same, but it's different for subdivision. It's 75% refund after. Why would that be different?
The fees for subdivision are more significant, I guess, and then, so for the circulation, it's really just a referral letter saying, this is what they propose to do, and we mail it out. And then, after that, like when we have to do reports, after circulation, for MPC, and then go to MPC and get, someone to sign off, and then referrals. So the circulation part's just a letter to, or an email to a lot of agencies, and then a few to adjacent landowners. So that's why there was a partial refund, because a lot of the work is after the circulation, I guess.
Do you have further comments,
Yeah,
Councillor Humphrey?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure if I'd want to go from 100% refund to zero. I would, seems like a really big step.
Councillor McCauley?
On the order of these fees, so when someone comes in for an application, are they paying, like, say they wanted to redesignate, they're rezoning something, do they have to pay the full land use amendment fee right up front, or does that come after it's approved?
No, they have to pay the whole fee up front. So, I mean, obviously like a CR parcel, that's $600, but if it's an industrial or commercial one, it's significantly more.
Yeah, I don't think I could support that. I mean, maybe someone come to us for an application to change something, they'd be paying just to see us $7,000 plus, depending on the size, right? It could be significant. And if it was denied, the money just poof.
Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
Did you make a motion on adjusting them by? that amount?
Nope, there's no motion on the floor at this time, just discussion for consideration of amendments at this time.
I definitely would consider meeting somewhere in the middle.
So possibly, maybe I'm hearing more of a consensus towards maybe towards the original 50% reduction in refund to go from 100% down to 50%. For development in the subdivision, it would go from 100% prior to circulation to 50%. And after circulation, rather than 75, it would be 50. Councillor Powell?
Yes, I don't think people want their taxes raised this year at all, so if we can try and find some way to conserve some places.
Thank you. Any further comments or any other proposed amendments? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would motion that council consider the first reading with the amendments mentioned to the 50% for development permit prior to processing, 50% for subdivision prior to circulation, 50% after circulation, and with statutory plans and land use agreements, I believe it was after first reading was still 50%? Or was that zero?
I had noted non-refundable.
It was, sorry. Yeah, after first reading would be reduced by that 50%, so then it would be zero.
Right, okay.
Is what I.
To zero.
Yeah.
So and that's as recorded, that's correct?
Yeah, that's
okay.
And, sorry, and just also if you, could motion to add in that, the printing fees for the other ones that I had mentioned as well.
And also to amend the printing fees as presented.
Thank you.
Okay, any, Councillor Shermack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the development permits. I think they should stay the way they are. The permit is 100%. If there's no process, all we do is we send them out an application to fill it out and they send it in. If they withdraw it, we haven't done anything other than give advice. And that's what our council, or that's what our administration does, give advice. Subdivision after circulation, I don't think it should be 75%, I think it should be 50%. Statutory plans, after the first reading, I think it should be 50%, not zero, because we determine the first reading, not them. Council determines whether it goes for first reading or not. And as our track record has proven so far, first readings usually get approved and second and third readings don't. So the only change I would vote for is a 50% reduction in subdivisions after circulation.
Okay, thank you. I guess that at this particular moment, though, there is a motion on the floor for the fees as recorded by Ms. Gillen.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'll just, we're getting there. We're working our way there. Council will have the opportunity to vote on the proposed amendments as they were, as with 50% reduced refunds for the development permit from 100%, that would be reduced to 50%. The subdivision prior to circulation was previously 100% refundable, it would be reduced to 50%. The after circulation was 75%, and that would be reduced to 50% refundable. And after first reading for statutory plans and land use amendments, after first reading it was 50% refundable, and that would be removed and reduced down to zero. That is the amendments along with Ms. Gillam's additional amendments for printing. So those are the amendments to this bylaw. And we do have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to grant first reading to bylaw 26083 with the amendments. Councillor Shermack.
How can you do a vote when on a whole thing when you're voting on different areas of this bylaw? Don't we need a motion for each one that we're going to go through? What is the legal opinion on this?
There may be other council members that are in disagreement with the proposed amendments, and the motion may be defeated, or it may be, may align with other council members or the majority of council. That way, an amendment may pass. I will refer to CAO Emmons for additional information on this item, please.
That is correct, Reeve Northcott, as this is a bylaw, and it requires a bylaw because fees have to be enforced. Council votes on the bylaw as a whole. So any changes within this bylaw require an amendment. The acceptance of the bylaw requires exactly that, the readings as appropriate.
Yeah, but, Mr. Emmons.
If I, Councillor Cermak, I think I found an avenue that may work for you. If you'd like to make a motion to amend the current motion on the floor, you could propose that, and then we could proceed to amending Deputy Reeve's motion at this time. And then if you would, we can continue discussion that way. So this...
I would like to make an amendment that we do the refunds.
Okay, so Councillor Cermak, first we'll need a motion to amend the current motion.
Yeah.
And then if that passes, then we would proceed with, with consideration of your amendments.
I will make that motion.
Okay, so
to amend.
Right now, for clarity, we do have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay. Councillor Cermak is making a motion to amend Deputy Reeve McKay's motion. Is everybody clear on this? Seeing no discussion. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak to amend Deputy Reeve McKay's motion. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. So now we'll go and we will return back to Deputy Reeve McKay's original motion. Is there any further discussion, Councillor Cermak? I see your light on.
Yes. Mr. Emmons, can I have legal opinion on whether I have to vote or not? Because I agree with some of the amendments, but I disagree with the other ones. So I want to vote no on development. I want to vote yes on subdivisions, and I want to vote no on statutory plans. So how can I vote?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cermak. As your proposed amendment was defeated, you can't abstain because there's no, my recommendation would be you can't legally abstain. It doesn't fall within the Municipal Government Act guidelines. Therefore, the requirement would be to vote. It is your determination on whether or not the components you disagree with would lead you into a opposed vote or in favor. If there's enough in there that you disagree with, that would be your determination, sir. But legally, you should not abstain. That would not be my recommendation.
So what's the legal ramifications if I don't vote? Because I disagree with two of them, and I agree with one.
That would be your discretion on how to vote, sir. I can't depict that, but the municipal government states that there is no pecuniary interest. It would be your discretion as a councillor on how you choose to vote.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The democratic process is alive and well here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, but before we have, I may propose one amendment. My apologies. The motion was, there was one other item that I wanted to, it was for the application base fee for $500. With the inflation of cost of everything, I was just, would like to propose that that be increased to $1,000.
For the land use amendment?
For subdivision application base fee. Subdivision application base fee is currently $500, which is quite low in my opinion, but, so I do have an amendment, so I'd have to, we'll have to go through the same process as we did with Councillor Cermak's request to amend the motion. Yep, so on subdivision for the application base fee, currently that sits at $500.
Yes,
I'm just proposing that we amend it to 1,000.
okay.
Just looking at council, if they need any more time for consideration, or... Okay, so... Councillor Cermak, do you have more comments?
Good.
Okay, we're working our way through process here. I'm going to make a motion to amend Deputy Reeves' motion. Councillor Humphrey?
I'm just wanting another minute.
Okay, absolutely, we'll take time.
So that will,
This one right here.
our application base fee of $500.
Yes,
And that'll be part of our prior to circulation fee then, right? So it's $1,000 and if this goes forward, then it would be 50% refundable.
Yes.
Okay, yep, just
okay.
making sure I got it all right. Thank you.
Absolutely, no, and we want to make the time so that all council members have clarity on this item. If, so right now, the motion on the floor is to amend Deputy Reeve McKay's motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that motion is carried. If Deputy Reeve McKay would accept my amendment to increase the base fee from $500 to $1,000, would you take that amendment to your motion?
Absolutely accepted.
Okay. We have amended the motion from Deputy Reeve McKay. So the application base fee is $1,000. The refundable amount for development permit went from 100% to 50%. Prior to circulation went from 100% to 50%. After circulation, 50% refundable. And after first reading for statutory plans, land use amendments went from 50% to 0. That is the motion, and capturing Ms. Gillum's printing amendments as needed as well. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. Oh, sorry. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Councillor Cermak's requested a recorded vote. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on into delegations, we have a 11 a.m. delegation.
We have second and third readings.
Oh, my apologies.
Wow. We have to do second reading.
Right, yeah, I think we'll have a couple minutes here or so to finish this item. Looking for a motion to move to second reading.
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve makes the motion to approve second reading of Bylaw 26083 for fee and refund structure. Councillor Cermak.
Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Cermak's requesting a recorded vote. Thank you. I'll call the question. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Looking for a motion for unanimous consent to third reading of Bylaw 26083 or additional comments or questions or clarification. Councillor Humphrey.
I'll make that motion for unanimous consent
Okay.
to third reading.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to proceed for unanimous consent to proceed to third reading to Bylaw 26083. Councillor Cermak.
Recorded vote, please.
Okay, looking for a recorded vote for unanimous consent. I'll call the question. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion is carried, but it's not unanimously carried. So, we will not be proceeding to third reading. I believe that will be coming at our future council meeting in 2 weeks or, okay, thank you. Moving on our agenda now to item 6.1, which is our 11 a.m. delegation for Clearwater Trails Initiative, CTI, Nordegg Off-Road Cycling Association, Baseline Mountain Trail Biking Club. And I would like to welcome our delegation into council chambers. maybe we'll take we'll just take a 5-minute recess here and we'll let our delegation get situated here in council chambers. Welcome back to our regular council meeting for March 10th, back from our recess. We'll be moving into item 6.1, which is our 11 a.m. delegation from Clearwater Trails Initiative, Nordegg Off-Road Cycling Association and Baseline Mountain Trail Biking Club. It is on page 107 of today's agenda, and before we begin, we will just maybe do a quick round of introductions, and I'll start to the far right.
Good morning. My name is Brianne Powell. I'm Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Morning, Drew McKay, Division 3 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Jordan Northcott Reeve and Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Division 7.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Jim Duncan with Clearwater Trails Initiative.
Morning, Rory Johnson with Baseline Mountain Biking Club.
Morning, Thomas Duker with Baseline Mountain Biking Club.
Reg Dean, CTI. Daryl Papchuk, CTI.
Excellent. Welcome to Council Chambers and thank you for coming today. And I'll pass the floor over to, please proceed with your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Reeve and Council, for having us. It's been about 4 years since we've been here to update Council. I know quite a number of you are new to Council, and it kind of takes me back to my days when I was just getting started and getting assigned to all my boards and committees. There was one that I fondly remember that was a great decision-making group from Council, and I'm not sure if it's still in existence or not yet, but we made some solid decision. That was the Ouija Board of Directors. We had. Anyway, we'll run through some presentations here. Unfortunately, Dennis Landon with NORCA, or Nordegg Off-Road Cycling Association, couldn't be here today. He was sick, so I will fill you in a little bit on what they're doing out at Nordegg, as well as Clearwater Trails Initiative, and then Rory will fill you in on some baseline. We'll have some time for some general comments and questions if you have any after that as well. So what is Clearwater Trails Initiative about? We work in the green area, so we're not in the public land use zones. We're basically east of the Forestry Trunk Road. And we've been focusing on building these quality family trails that are multi-use. So we don't, even though they're built to the OHV standard, we still consider them multi-use. You can hike, bike, horse ride, walk, whatever you want on them. There is relatively new legislation, a couple of years old now, called the Trails Act, which does allow trails in the green area to be designated, which gives them protection from further development. Like an oil and gas could build over a trail in the green area, but if the trail gets designated under this new legislation, it has to be left as a trail. It's a protection that we try and put on some of these trails we're building these days. CTI has really strived to involve multiple stakeholders, including industry, the government, trappers. There's some grazers out there with their cattle leases, and as well as the recreational users. We take part in land use planning and community discussions on trails whenever we can. We've been part of the Nordegg Trail Plan that was developed a few years ago. Back in the day, we were also really involved with the Bighorn discussions and some of the land use planning that went back for the North Saskatchewan Regional Plan. We try and, with our trails, protect some water and sensitive environmental areas. And we've been working, kind of one of our, I guess, things we're trying to be known for is working on reducing the footprint on linear development. So the footprint is all the trails, cut lines, pipelines, roads, everything that's out there. And what we've worked towards is taking a logging road that's no longer used and turning that into a trail. It might not be a trail forever. It could go back to a logging road if it's needed for another cut 20 years down the road, and then back to a trail again. But trying to reduce not having a trail built beside a road, right? Just to reduce the amount of footprint that's out there in the landscape. We've worked really hard to try and define the roles of people that are involved, whether it's government or whether it's us, and even the different levels of government, where approval processes, right? It's really, I wouldn't say so much stringent as complicated now, where the protected species or species at risk are involved, like bull trout for us would be the major one. It requires a whole bunch of application and studies provided. So we've piggybacked a lot of that on West Fraser to work through that. But trying to make the or let the government, who doesn't put a lot of money into it, we try and use them as resources to help us get through some of these processes and where we can do the work. So, and we also assist other like-minded groups that are out there, and that includes the Baseline and the Norca guys. We have a lot of experience with the grants. They're more than capable of building. They're focusing on these mountain bike trails, and we're more on the off-highway vehicle trails. But we have lots of experience with the grants, working through approval processes and getting permission to do the work that's out there. So we've been working in two areas basically, and this is the Rig Street area. That's Birdstick Lake is kind of the major lake there. The laser doesn't work too good, but we did about 40 kilometers of trail here back in 10, 12 years ago. And there was never any money to go back and maintain those trails, but we've recently been acquiring some money to maintain trails. And to that end, we've been working in this area and around Birdstick Lake, just to rebuild some of the trails that are there. They had, if any of you have been out there, some of those are huge holes in those trails, and it takes a lot of effort to keep them maintained. But we've had some funding through, the Alberta government has put $1 million into off-highway vehicle trails, $1 million into snowmobiles in the winter, and $1 million a year into non-motorized trails, so the walking trails, horse trails. And our share of that for CTI has been $38,000 a year. So that's the money I've been using in Rig Street for the last few years to fix up trails that much a year. That's spread out over the whole province, and we hope that continues in future years. The other area we're working on is meadows. So the bottom right-hand corner of the picture is about kilometer 40 on the North Fork Road. And the meadows, yes, right in there. The meadows trails takes off right where that green line is, where the arrow is there. And we have about 55 kilometers of the trail that goes all the way up to the river and loops around again back to the start. The point at the river down there is actually Saunders Alexo, right across the river. That's where the PRA is. So the Tauntaun Bridge is right on the other side of the river from that. And that's been our phase 1 and 2 developments at Nordic there, or at Meadows there. Some spectacular views up there. This is a lookout we have a trail to. There's some memorials up there, and it looks west into the Saskatchewan Gap. And this is actually the Tauntaun Bridge that you can see there. We're right across the river from that, where our trail makes the loop up that way. We tried to build really high quality trails. We generally go in there with a cat and a track hoe and make a trail that's gonna last, and it reduces the maintenance costs. We've been lucky to get sufficient funding to do this, and it's worked out well in our favor. The trails have been standing up a lot better than they have in past years, and little to no maintenance in the last 3 years on these trails at the Meadows. Some of it goes across clear cuts, and some goes through, little of it went through virgin forest, but not much, but there's a variety of landscapes up there to go through. We have used some old roads, and this is, the picture on the left shows where our trail just takes off from a road, but it's an existing road we've been using as a trail. It's not being used anymore by anybody, and we follow along with our trail. The one on the right is actually the old Saunders Alexo Road that went from the Meadows all the way to the river, and that was actually, and still sort of is, a county road. There's a disposition on part of it. At one time there was a ferry crossing or an ice bridge crossing in the winter at Saunders Alexo for the logging on the south side, and they got their timber across the river and on the trains to come back to Rocky that way. And we've turned that into a trail. I got just a written authorization from the county to use that road as a trail. We have built very high quality bridges if we can. They're gonna last a long time. They stand up there. Significant cost of our project is bridges. Bridges like this installed are anywhere from probably $25,000 to $30,000 a bridge for these 40-foot spans. Drag them in with a cat, set them across with a hoe. This is an example where we've turned a road into a trail, and just to stop truck traffic, we've put up a gate and steel posts, and the steel posts are wide enough apart for side-by-sides or smaller, and the gate is there so that if we need to go in with equipment in the future to do some maintenance, we can do that as well. So the Meadows project phase 1 and 2, which is our 55 kilometers, we've spent about $680,000, and it's, as I said, 55 kilometer trail and a staging area. And that works out to about $8 a kilometer, $8 a meter, sorry, that's the K there. 8,000 a kilometer, $8 a meter. And we have installed 9 bridges up there now for approximately $250,000. So funding at the Meadows has largely been from the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, or FRIA. And forest companies are assessed a levy on the crown timber that goes into there. So this is all based on the bigger the company, the more timber, the more they have to put into this FRIA organization. And the FRIA organization administers these funds. It's kind of like the old stumpage fees that used to be out there, but these funds are used for a number of projects, any number that can improve the forest. It's been things like grizzly bear studies, caribou studies up north, the Des Crossley Forest at Strachan, where they do research and have kid tours, and also trails have qualified to be funded through this. And it's called the FRIP program, or the Forest Resource Improvement Program. And that's the one that we've accessed through West Fraser. One of our board members, Tom Daniels, recently retired from West Fraser and was instrumental in moving us forward with that kind of funding. The West Fraser gets to decide where the funding they put into FRIA or the funding they put into FRIP, they decide what projects are approved. It's not the FRIP organization itself that does it. So West Fraser makes this, as we go through an approval process with the group, but it is up to West Fraser where the money gets spent at. And as Tom has outlined here, there's a, they funded in Clearwater County for $3.5 million in new trail development upgrades. And other smaller companies, we received, I think, $145,000. We're working towards a new trail that's going to use the Strachan Forest Products and the V&O Lumber FRIP money. That's their smaller group, and they've dedicated those funds to trails for us as well. So the research shows that the trail users contribute to local economies. West Fraser come up with some average numbers here, where mountain bikers spend $416 a day to enjoy mountain biking. And Golden BC says his calculated mountain biking is $6 to $9 million annually in their community. They have a number here for ATV users, which is $144.50 a day, while local residents contribute $61 a day, and we weren't sure why there's such a difference there in between local and outside, or residents versus outside people. Trail use is very high in the Rocky area, and we're kind of known for that. You know how busy it can get on a long weekend out in this part of the world, where thousands of people travel this way and spend the weekend. And with that comes substantial economic stimulus. Just back to our Meadows map, we're now working on a phase 3 trail, which is a loop, will be to the sort of the top right-hand corner of the picture, a little farther east and down a little bit, Jana. Yes, right in that area, we're looking at a phase 3 loop that will leave our phase 2 trail and loop back into phase 3. And it'll be a combination of roads and trail that we make through the, either clear cuts or through the forest as well. That is the CTI presentation. Next up will be the, oh, you have a different slideshow, Jana. Just be able to use the right here.
I particularly like that mountain bikers are spending $416 a day. Like, that's a lot of beer. So mountain bikers are pretty notorious for showing up pretty unorganized, definitely supporting local restaurants, having a few beers, all that kind of stuff, but buying parts, everything else like that in the local community, and paying for accommodation. Most of us don't come out and bring trailers and stuff. A lot of people are staying in the local communities when you do go riding somewhere. So that was a pretty surprising number there to see. It's a big discrepancy. But getting into it, my name's Rory Johnson. I am one of the founders of Baseline Mountain Biking Club. I guess this is on me now. There we go. So Baseline Mountain Biking Club was established in 2016. We are basically completing trail maintenance days, annual events such as our poker rally. We have a women's ride day, kids and adults DH races. DH is downhill. Costume rides, and our latest event was an adults kids bike race. So we had all the adults hurtling down the side of the mountain on like tiny little kids' bikes in costumes. It was quite the sight to see. We're located on Highway 752, about 40 minutes south of Rocky. So if you guys have gone out that way, keep going past the old Husky Ram where it turns to gravel.
and keep going out the old baseline fire watch tower. We're accessed on the same road there. We've got an annual membership of about 700 plus members and a social media reach or impact of over 5,000 people. Our current 5 board members have a combined history of over 70 years riding at Baseline Mountain. So we've been out there kind of taking care of trails and riding on the mountains since the 90s. Obviously, I've got a bit of an accent. I've only been here for 12 of those years. So, our club ethos is dig the stoke, bury the hate. You know, the idea is that you can come out there, hang out in the parking lot. I think this is how I met people out at Baseline. I showed up and all of a sudden people were like, hey, get in the truck, we'll go to the top, we'll go riding. You know, you have a social beer, you get to know people, and made pretty much all my friends in the area hanging out at Baseline, getting to know everybody out there. So the original trails,
You go.
I got it here. So the original trails were built by local riders to the area in the early 90s with a focus on tight single track and steep fall lines style trails. So they were definitely confident riders for back in the day. In the mid to late 90s, the Canada Cup Trail was actually a stage for the best riders in Canada to compete. So the race included professional teams as well as locals battling it out for the #1 position. One year we had a local rider proved his fortitude and had the fastest time on the day with the hairpin corner on the way up the mountain being named after that rider. If any of you guys know Tony Smith, he was the rider to actually beat all the pros back in the day before he had his accident there. So Baseline Mountain Biking Club has established relationships with multiple user groups, including oil and gas users on the mountain, forestry service groups, the Firewatch, and groups like the Masters Games to successfully use the trails and location. So when the area was harvested a few years ago, one of the greatest things we could do is hands on the ground and go out there and just meet the operators, shake hands, you know, bring them some swag and kind of share our love for the mountain with those guys, and it helped actually protect the trails quite well. So our current board members, we've got, oh, there you go. This is why he's the president. So we've got Thomas Duker as the president based out of Rocky Mountain House. Myself as the vice president and founder, again, I'm out of Rocky here. Nathan Wheeler, he's our secretary and takes care of our social media. He's based out of Red Deer. Eric Faubert is a trail lead and founder. He's based out of Sundre. And Jason Buffman, the trail lead again, based out of Red Deer. So the current trail network, yeah, there we go. The current trail network, Baseline Mountain is predominantly a shuttle access mountain with 450 meters of elevation access via a 4-kilometer shuttle road. I say predominantly shuttle because if you enjoy the grind, you can definitely get out there and pedal up yourself. Much easier to drive up if you have the opportunity to. 26 trails currently at use allow users to experience over 30 kilometers of mountain bike trail. Current trails vary in skill levels with predominantly advanced single tracks being the focus. So the majority of our trails are definitely leaning towards a black, with hopes to change that in the future. In 2024, Baseline created its first machine-built trail. Prior to the establishment of the Smooth Canoe, all trails were hand-dug in the 90s and maintained by volunteers in the group. So up until Smooth Canoe, we hadn't developed any new trails. It had all been maintaining the existing trail network. In 2025, excuse me, in 2025, the Canada Cup was rebuilt by Scott Thornhill Enterprises using grant funding awarded to Baseline. This trail used a combination of machine building and hand building to renew such a historical and legendary trail. The future trail network, there we go. The future trail network targets for Baseline is to establish beginner and intermediate trails to allow user groups with less experience and confidence to develop the skills for riding while allowing natural progression of riders to enjoy the area, as well as creating a modern jump line and redeveloping trails to a sustainable and easier to maintain standard. Scott Thornhill is the chosen trail builder to develop the trails at Baseline. Scott and his team have tried and tested building experience, ranging from experience working at Fernie Ski Hills, multiple skills parks throughout BC and Alberta, as well as international projects that he's worked on, like the Red Bull Hardline in Tasmania, Australia. Rebuilding the Canada Cup last year, we actually received international recognition from Single Track's, website and magazine. We did a little article with those guys, and they acknowledged the historical importance of such a trail, as well as the developments that the club has put in. The future plans that we have with Clearwater Trail Initiative has also received national recognition from Canadian mountain bike website. I just wanted to say for everybody, thanks for the ongoing support. And if you wanted to check us out on our socials, we're at Baseline MTB Club on Instagram, Baseline Mountain Biking Club BMTBC on Facebook, and Baseline Mountain Biking Club discussion page on Facebook, or check out our website for memberships for baselinemtb.ca. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the information and the presentation so far.
Sorry, John. Sorry, I did forget to mention the Norca group at Nordig. They're, similar program to the Baseline guys here, and they've achieved, I think, around 50 kilometers of trail now that they've, over the last couple of years. It's a $1.8 million investment out there that they're making. Includes a parking lot and a shuttle run similar to Baseline, which can haul the bikers right up to the top of the mountain. There's some very difficult or exciting trails that they ride, jumps, etc. And they have really brought in people from Edmonton, Calgary, all over the province to experience these trails. A lot of these people were going out to BC before this, and now there's a place in Alberta right in our backyard that's well recognized as a premier mountain biking trail that's out there. With that pretty much concludes it. I guess I would just like to reinforce that, the economic impact that this trail work is having on the county and the local area has been tremendous. It's good for Nordig, good for the node development out there. That's all those things that can help move us a little bit farther away from oil and gas dependency. And we certainly appreciate industry and how much they've contributed to this as well. I don't know if anybody else has any other comments to make down that line on.
I think that like in Rocky Mountain House area in the next few years with all this mountain bike trail development, it'll be basically a mountain biking hub in Alberta to where people travel to. Like even us, we're traveling to Squamish to go biking next month. Bikers are willing to travel for good trails and stuff like that. And we have kind of the most, well, not the most, but a lot of trails in this area or whatever that people will travel for sure. So.
Thank you for the presentation and the information and taking the time to join and visit council here today to present this item. Councillor Humphrey?
Yeah, I just had one question when you were first explaining that and all the trails, and I think it's amazing the trails that you guys have out there and everything. But you mentioned that you're putting trails out west, and some of them, so once they're in and registered, industry can't cross them?
Yes.
So how do we support industry at the same time as supporting the trails?
I'll jump in on that one. We had first-hand experience on it. Working with the industry, it was actually an extremely positive experience. We actually, like I said, went out there, shook hands and stuff like that. Industry limited obviously they had to come out and harvest the area by all means. It's great for the community as well as your employment opportunities and everything else like that. So instead of putting multiple crossings over a trail and destroying it in multiple locations. We worked together to actually choose a location where we'll cross it in this area. We'll try and limit the crossings to kind of an isolated area, so we only need to rebuild one small section instead of rebuilding multiple areas. So working with those guys to get that through, they were still able to complete their task. It actually worked really well for us because they helped with machine building and recovery of the trails afterwards as well.
I like that. That's where I was going. Like if it's, hey, we built a trail here and you can't come anymore, that doesn't seem like working this good. Working together is always better.
Working together was from the very beginning, West Fraser was great to work with. They actually reached out to us, and it was one of the suggestions to start a club and everything else like that 10 years ago. So just to work with them, and so we actually had something to lean on as opposed to a bunch of individuals wandering around out in the woods. We were actually a club and a registered society, so they were really forthcoming and working together.
And then, with this next round of FRIP grant that we're receiving from them, we also signed our board members signed a thing saying that we'll play nice with them.
Work together.
Work cooperatively.
Okay, because it just sounded like it was, hey, we're putting up a wall, we've got a road, you can't cross it. I was wondering, so are they have to build an overpass or an underpass, or how are we getting, because we still have to have industry.
Yeah, by all means.
When we brought CTI together, that was the reasons why we brought the oil and gas guys, the logging guys, whoever was out there doing anything. We wanted everybody sitting around the table, so we never got to that point of this is my trail, you can't cross. That was absolutely never the goal whatsoever, was to block things. The big goal was there's tremendous amount of damage is being done out west by people with having no respect for what's out there. People keep going down that route, we won't be able to ride out there because there's a tremendous amount of people that don't think we should be doing it. So for a community, for our industries, doing what we're doing, what these guys are doing with their bikes, they're bringing people in, they're showing off what's going on here. So it's a far broader group of people that get to see what's going on and start looking at it, hey, this is a good thing, we can support it instead of always want to shut stuff down.
Yep, I appreciate that. I wanted clarification on that, so I'm glad that's out there now, and a good job on all of yous for taking that initiative and setting that up right off the hop so that there isn't conflict, everybody's working together. Good job.
Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, do you have any numbers on people that use the trail and what projection do you expect in the future of increase to trail users?
Do you guys have trail counters up there?
It's hard for us to establish a baseline number for it. It is on our radar to actually get some trail counters installed on some of the trails so we can actually project those numbers for it. At the moment, using apps like Trail Forks and things like that is kind of inaccurate because Baseline doesn't have the best reception out there, if it doesn't have any reception except for the top. So it's been hard for us to track user groups or user numbers on that side of it. I'd say on a common weekend, you're just eyeballing it at the moment, we have just at the Baseline parking lot, we have somewhere between 40 and 70 users throughout the busy seasons. Our events will host up to 230 users, 240 users, somewhere around there. So through the total number of trail users, again, we hope to be able to forecast that in the future, and it's something we're working on.
And with most of our trails are difficult trails at the moment, so we're developing easier trails to get more families out there and younger kids, and that'll hopefully double the numbers, right? So.
Yeah, you're right. That's an important point. We don't do enough of that trail counting, and they're just something we haven't invested in or borrowed from the government guys. The trail counters are a great tool to get some handle on the numbers.
I think it's great what you're doing out there because I use the trails. I think they're great. I'm not a mountain biker. I like a motor under me. I'm at that age that I like to be propelled and I love to see the scenery. I've toured Canada and I've toured the world actually, and you can't get much prettier than we get out west. So you're in a great area to do it and to bring in world-class people here. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions from council members at this time, but I'd very much like to extend a thank you for the time that you've brought to bring this item to council and present to council. So thank you very much for that part. And at this time, I'd be looking for a motion from council to accept this delegation as information. Deputy Reeve McKay, you'd like to make a motion to accept this as information?
Absolutely, and again, thank you to you all for everything that you're doing out there. It's much appreciated, and I will make the motion to accept this for information.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you again. Moving on into our agenda, into section 7, old business, 7.1, consideration of second and third readings to bylaw 25058. For application number 2925 to amend land use bylaw, it is on page 116.
That's crazy, eh? Half the freaking acreage.
Setback on this property. Yeah. 7 meters setback.
I'd like to invite administration to present this agenda item at this time, please.
For sure. This land use amendment was presented on January 13th, 2026 to redesignate 7 acres from the agricultural district to the industrial district. Second reading was tabled for further clarification from Alberta Transportation regarding the twinning of Highway 11 and from the town of Rocky Mountain House regarding the larger parcel size than initially proposed, as the motion made by council was to increase the size to 10 acres to follow the natural drainage feature on the quarter section. The subject land is known as the Southwest 1439-7, and it contains 143.89 acres. It's located within the Rocky Clearwater IDP. Further information on this application can be found in the public hearing item attached to the January 13th agenda. So the additional comments that were received from Alberta Transportation, they provided the last map in your package, and it outlines the proposed twinning. It includes the highway right-of-ways and impacts on surrounding lands. And they stated the plan will impact existing accesses along the highway frontage, as they will be closed when the twinning occurs. The map shows the future right-of-ways, which take up a portion of the proposed parcel. The new development setback will be from these right-of-ways. Timelines for when this happens are not fixed and could be within the next couple years or 10+ years. Should the applicant wish to move forward with the subdivision and development, they will need to do so at their own cost, keeping in mind the future plans for the area. Please note, depending on the amount of traffic expected to be generated from the development, a traffic impact assessment may be required. Depending on these results, access improvements may be required despite the access being planned to be closed in the future. There may be opportunity to extend the service road to the north from the proposed parcel, or another option would be to utilize the future roundabout to access from the south. And then they added in to please note that the proximity to the highway would require a roadside development permit from Alberta Transportation. The town of Rocky Mountain House also provided comments and indicated they see no conflict with the proposed size amendment. The land is within the Rocky Clearwater IDP, and as such, they would like the municipal reserves deferred until the land is being subdivided as part of the town, which would comply with section 5.5 of the IDP. So for policy consideration, the proposed public utility use and the 10-acre size complies with the industrial district requirements outlined in the land use bylaw, and written consent was received from the town. Should the land be annexed in the future, it would acquire the town's highway commercial designation, which the proposal would comply with. The application will result in a third title from the quarter section. Therefore, the decision is at the sole discretion of council. Council should consider the IDP, quality of the agricultural land, the general redesignation requirements from the MDP, and whether the site has suitable locations for public utility use. The land currently has access from a provincial roadway, developable land for services, accessory buildings, and a storage yard in the rear to maintain a visual appealing appearance from the highway. And it can achieve the minimum setback distance requirements complying with the land use bylaw, municipal development plan, and IDP. This application provides opportunity for an essential service to grow in an area close to town. And this land will not remain ag, as it is within the long-term growth area for the town. Aerial maps outlining provincial minimum setback distances for development have been included in your package for the current highway and the future twinned highway. When Alberta Transportation approaches the landowner to discuss acquiring the future twinning, we understand that this access will be closed, but it does not affect the current application in place today, as there is alternative access that could be achieved from the service road or the traffic circle. The cost would be at the sole discretion of the developer. Alberta Transportation should be requesting a service road easement along the east boundary as a condition of subdivision pending a successful land use amendment. Please note that the twinning for the proposal will affect this parcel, but it is based on the long-term growth for the town. Municipal reserves will be addressed at the time of subdivision, wherein a recommendation from administration would be to defer them until they are annexed, the land is annexed by the town. Both myself and the applicants are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the background report on this item. Before we proceed with the additional discussion on this item, we could move forward with a motion to lift second and third readings of this bylaw from the table at this time, and then we'll proceed with discussion. If Councillor McCauley?
Motion that council lifts consideration of second and third readings of bylaw 25/058, application number 29/25 to amend the land use bylaw from the table.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor McCauley to lift this agenda item from the table. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. On this, regarding second and third readings, does council have any questions, comments, clarification? The floor is open for discussion. Councillor Humphrey.
I just have a question, and it's on the last page down where it's highlighted, last picture, that one, yeah. So the land affected by the highway twinning, that 70-meter setback that's showing that is from, that's not from the east boundary, that'd be from the west boundary of the affected, land affected by the twinning?
Right, if you were to go to the next map that outlines the future long growth plan for the highway, you'd see that there is.
That's the last map.
Yeah, in the dashed area of the aerial, you'll see that's where the highway would be.
Yes, and I just wanted to confirm that that was the 70-acre setback.
Correct, from the center of the highway.
I'm not sure you addressed that now.
Yeah.
Councillor.
For sure. Should I push this?
Yes, please, proceed, yes.
Leona Bertinoli. When I read through the package, I just thought perhaps, and maybe you guys all got it and I didn't, we have to separate the future twinning from the current twinning. So the current twinning includes the roundabout and a wedge of land that they have acquired already from Teresa and John that ends directly at her driveway. The future twinning is when eventually they want it to go through town. So it is not part of, we think future twinning, well, they haven't twinned it yet, that must be the future, but no, the current twinning is the ones that they've bought the land, they've got the plans. This parcel is mostly affected by something that could happen whenever the town and county grow enough that it warrants that.
Thank you for that information. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna make a motion that council consider granting second reading to bylaw 25058.
Okay, thank you very much for the motion. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to grant second reading to this agenda item. Councillor Humphrey, do you have further comments, questions? Councillor Cermak?
Yes, so what you just said, Leona, there, this twinning of the highway is already past past their property? So with that land is already purchased?
The purchased land, and John has a map of it, and maybe the county has one as well.
Yeah.
Is that green wedge. And
Yeah.
so the traffic circle is that intersection right there, which we know that 382 is a cut across to the Cow Lake, just for reference. Then they purchased a wedge of land to be able to bring in the lane to come in, but it actually ends right where her driveway is. And that project ends at that driveway. It does, they are not doing any further work past the driveway in the current plan.
Let me just explain something. You see those yellow marks?
So
You see
that's
it's yellow mark?
not, this picture then isn't right.
That's
That's a future one.
Yeah.
future.
Current and future, even though the current is in nature.
I just want, can I explain something about this map? If you look at the map there, you see the green area, that's what they purchased originally. But the red there, what they did was they came back to us and said, you know what, we want to change our plans and we want to do a traffic circle, so we need more land. So what they did was they said, all right, what we're proposing to do is that we will buy more of your land, we'll swap land. So what they did was they reduced where the yellow is, they reduced that portion up there and they took the bottom red. Okay, that's what those colors are meaning. So what they've got now is the green and the red. That's what the Department of Highways have now to do the twinning.
And the yellow was what they originally bought,
Exactly,
but they
originally,
swapped.
and then we swapped because they
Okay,
needed,
that
they
makes
wanted
more
more
sense
land.
now.
I mean, the land to do the traffic circle on the bottom.
Okay. Makes sense to me now.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
I hate asking questions when there's a motion on the table, but just for clarity, will there be like development allowed within that section that is the future at this time? Like, is that something that's been determined?
So
Like
what would
just-
happen is if they, say a company came in and applied to have their office there, they would apply for their development permit and we generally say the 70-meter setback distance from the highway or an alternative setback distance as determined by Alberta Transportation. So Alberta Transportation will likely, on their roadside development permit that they would require, would say, we would want a greater setback distance because there's future plans for the twinning on this property.
Okay, thank you. That was my answer.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Letwin?
Something Councillor Humphrey was discussing there. That 70-meter setback, does that include the green area also? Or is it from the west green border to 70 meters to the west?
I will work on my mapping skills, but the green is supposed to be the highway.
That's correct, yes.
And so the 70 meters would be from the center of that green area, the center of the
The
highway,
center of the green area?
to the 70 meter, the yellow line.
Thank you for the clarity.
And now, am I on? But the 10-acre proposal currently on your desks right now is not in the green area, it's not at the bottom of the quarter, it's up in the top. So maybe if someone else came along when it was annexed and they wanted to develop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this green area is not part of the subdivision area. The subdivision area is at the top.
Yeah, no, he's talking about.
The very last page.
Right, so somebody else's development, not the
There we
current
go.
one.
There, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, right there.
Oh, the little shaded green, not the
Yeah.
easement green. Okay, gotcha, 2 greens, sorry about that.
Okay, so the 70 meters is from the center of the green area. Shaded green. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Seeing no further comments, discussions, I do have one question for, appreciate the comments from the town of Rocky Mountain House that regarding municipal reserves to be deferred until the land is being subdivided as part of the town. Could administration just provide a little bit of clarity on that?
So when the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan was determined, that's kind of where it all unfolded from. So in the land that's to be annexed, any of that land, the reserves would go to, they would be collected at the time that it was subdivided by the town.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Letwin, no. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
Again, sorry for asking more questions.
No, go ahead, please.
So if this is planning to be future, because it's will be annexed by the town eventually and down the road, and there's going to be more, would it make more sense to not have that be at such odd angles and straighten it out, yes, from there? And I understand that was done to try and take in the cleared stuff that was there, but if it's gonna go to future development down the road, that'll all be graded and leveled, filled and packed, and that drainage way will either be moved or they'll work over it, but it won't necessarily chop it up like that. For future development, would it be better if it was more rectangular instead of, I don't even know what to call that, with the corner cut off, and then it's at an angle instead of running at straighter lines?
Development-wise, it probably would be easier to have straight property boundaries.
So I wonder if that's something that it should be just straightened out, have a little bit of forward thinking for future planning, seeing that's the direction this is headed.
That minor amendment to the shape of that parcel could, yeah, could provide better efficiency for site contouring and future development if there are future sites that are developed around that.
And I understand that was moved that to the west and everything to give added room on what it's proposed for now. But I don't think it would make a whole big difference if the north boundary was moved a little bit to the east and then you straighten that corner out down to the bottom. It wouldn't change it much, but it probably would make it a lot better if we amended that and make it better in the future. Otherwise, I'm not sure that would be
So
end up being a
essentially,
goofy parcel down the road.
essentially square off the parcel.
Yes.
So would you need a motion to amend the? Okay.
I'd make that motion then to amend it to the motion, or how does that go? Well, we already got a motion, sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to grant second reading.
Amended.
That's an option. It's.
Go ahead.
Do you want to amend mine, or do you want me to withdraw it?
For simplicity, if you wanted to withdraw it, that would be.
I can withdraw my motion.
Yeah, so Councillor Powell has,
Yep, I'll withdraw my motion.
okay, Councillor Powell's withdrawn her motion.
Yep.
Councillor Humphrey is proposing an amendment to this application. Before we proceed with that amendment, Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
when we do this amendment, are we leaving the north boundary where it is and adjusting the west boundary straight down to the south, making this parcel larger than it is right now? Is that the intent? Or is it to take the south boundary and making it square and shortening the north one?
Councillor Humphrey.
I was thinking we'd move the top north boundary, leave the north boundary, but move the west boundary at the north end a little to the east, and move the south boundary at the bottom, the southwest boundary, a little bit to the west, and just straighten it, square it up.
Square up the corner, resulting in a larger parcel size.
No, it'll stay the same size, it'll just move
Gonna move both north and south boundaries.
It'll move this one, the bottom one out, the top one in, and straighten it out. It'll stay the same, it could probably stay the same amount.
The top one in and the bottom one out, which then you still leave just a little bit of, currently a little bit of highland.
Yep.
But then when it's annexed, it'll be whatever, washed out,
Yeah.
Okay, so the parcel size will remain, thank you for the clarity. Parcel size will remain at as proposed, at the 10 acres. Is there any other, okay, Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
I thought the design of this acreage originally was because of that water run or through there. Is that correct? Yeah. So, that's the reason, if I remember correctly, that it was originally designed this way. Yeah, thank you.
It was left to have access to that little bit of higher ground that was on the west side. But as Councillor Humphreys indicated, to square that southwest corner, to allow for more efficient future development, you know, if there are additional parcels that are created around that one, it'll be more efficient for a square shape rather than having that little jog in the southwest corner. Councillor Powell. No? Okay, so Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
I don't mind either, but I would, why leave a little piece of high ground out there? Why not leave the north boundary where it is and just go straight south and extend the south boundary up to meet with the length of the north one right now? I think it's up to the landowners which way they would like to go. You're only gonna make that maybe a half an acre bigger at the most, and it's gonna be square.
Then you're gonna run it into the creek now,
Yeah.
which you don't wanna do now, you could do it at a later date.
Yeah. And once when this quarter is all subdivided, when the Rocky grows big enough in the next 300 years, 30 years, that'll be all houses anyway. So like you said, it'll be re-sculptured to drain. That water might even go all around it. Who knows how that'll be designed to move that water later.
Councillor Humphrey.
That's why I was suggesting we don't mess with the water right now. That's why I suggested moving it the way I did, because if we move it the way you're talking, it'll put it right into the water now. So that's why I suggested leaving that little piece up there. It keeps us out of the water and you don't have that issue today, but you'll have it down the road, but why deal with it today for one when you could deal with it, somebody will deal with it in the future for a whole bunch.
Okay, so currently, and right now, I just want to ask administration if you've captured Councillor Humphrey's comments and the direction that was given there for that amendment to the parcel size, or the shape, sorry.
I did, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Burton, I'll go ahead, please.
Well, I would just comment that even if the subdivided line is dipping into the low area, that doesn't mean that that area would immediately be developed. I would foresee that it would be just left as is. It would just be the line on a piece of paper, you know, currently. They're not, the potential purchaser wouldn't, you know, go in there and level it out and grade it out. I would imagine they would just leave it as a natural area.
Councillor Humphrey?
If I may,
Yes, please.
this is just to redesignate the land, so at the time of subdivision, those lines could be altered if there was comments from Alberta Environment or if the Planning Commission had any issues with it.
I think if, for efficiencies, if council chose for the designated area to have the appropriate shape, may reduce future workload or future discussion.
For sure, I just
Okay.
wanted you to know that it's solely just the designation right now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Billy. Seeing no further discussion, we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to amend this agenda item, or this application, my apologies. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Okay, motion is carried. Proceed with second reading. Deputy Reeve McKay.
I'll make the motion to proceed with second reading for this bylaw amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay for second reading of bylaw 25058 for the purpose of amending the land use bylaw 25050. Motion is on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to third reading. Councillors looking for motion or discussion. Councillor Cermak.
I'll make a motion for third reading on the bylaw number.
Okay. Councillor Cermak has made the motion for third reading to bylaw 25058. Deputy Reeve McKay, do you have any comments or questions?
Sorry.
Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming into council chambers. At this time, we will take a recess. We will return at roughly 12:40. Welcome back from our recess. And we'll continue on with our March 10th regular council meeting, moving into item 7.2, Regional Solid Waste Service Agreement Review on page 126. And I'll pass the floor over at this time to Acting Director, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Good afternoon, Council. This is a old business item continuance. We were looking, administration was looking for a request for decision based on the Regional Solid Waste Agreement Services Agreement Review that was prepared for ICC back on February 2nd, then discussed a little further on the last council meeting on February 26th. I believe, and at that time, there was a motion just to, by Reeve Northcott, the council table the regional solid waste agreement until March 10th, regular council meeting, just to provide council a little more time to review the agreement as things happen relatively quickly. The Regional Waste Services Agreement, just a little background again, was in place from January 1st, 2021 until December 31st, 2025. There's mechanisms in the agreement to discuss any potential changes or amendments and renew for another 5-year term. More specifically, the timeline's January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2030. The ICC committee at the time recognized that to continue the original intent of the agreement and to maintain interprovincial or intermunicipal cooperation and where applicable, the potential benefits of a shared service, an amended and restated agreement should be considered. Administration was asked to provide draft agreement for the committee's review and to provide background information through track changes. Additional information was in your package. Did include other relevant agreements that were attached with the agreement, namely the closed industrial cells agreement, which is just a long-term cost-sharing and liability agreement with industrial cells located at the regional landfill. The second item was the closed municipal landfill, which was west of Rocky Mountain House, near the Pine Hills Golf Course and in that area, and that cost-sharing and liability agreement as well, it continues to make up part of this package. There was a net asset distribution agreement that through the course and time was settled through the previous councils and administrations on both, that at this time they seem to be, there's satisfaction that agreement would not form the new part of the new agreement, the former net asset. So in summary, just to review and discuss the recommended motions that were before you.
Okay. And for process, as this item was tabled previously, there would be a motion required to lift this this agreement from the table. I did make that motion historically to table this item to today's meeting. So I will make the motion today to lift this agenda item from the table. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Questions or comments on this agenda item? Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, on these 1 and 2, you have the closed industrial landfill cell and the closed municipal landfill cost sharing and liability agreement. This is a never ending, you've just got the date when it started, it was January 1st, 2021, and this goes for as long as that landfill is there, and as long as testing has to go on. That is in force.
Great question, Councillor Cermak. Yes, those are in full force until the regulator Alberta Environment and Special Areas issues a reclamation certificate. Typically, in our case, it would be 25 years, potentially, after the last bit of garbage enters that landfill. And so if you look at it as far as the closed industrial cells, we probably have 25 years of life. So you're looking at likely a minimum 50 years until that process is concluded for the closed industrial cells.
So everybody that has signed this agreement is held liable for their share of those two.
That's correct. So really what the agreement spells out is we have approximately 7 cells that make up the industrial cells complex. That's on approximately 75 acres of land. There's approximately 3.5 million metric ton in that landfill. So it's a long-term managed liability by agreement. What that includes is it's insured. There has to be a level of insurance. There has to be a level of monitoring as far as the groundwater, monitoring the testing results of those landfill cells. There has to be a maintenance piece. So for instance, if over time with clay landfill caps, if they're engineered and there's any cracking, any maintenance, any ground disturbance at that point in time, there has to be a maintenance activity with the town and with Clear County based on the shareholder percentage and allocation. So that's long-term. So we evaluate those things consistently with our annual work or our annual reports, and it's engineered to monitor that. And the biggest piece right now is obviously the leachate management. Obviously, it's a closed landfill cell, but we still generate leachate, which is typical in closed landfills. We direct haul to Secure Energy, and so there are costs associated with that. So those costs are split with the members and according to their allocation.
And security of that site, is that shared also? The fencing and stuff for secure of that site?
Yes, for the industrial cells portion. So typically for the large majority of the west side of the township road or the industry road, that piece of it. The other half of the landfill, the municipal landfill, is now just with Clearwater County.
Okay. So they're two separate entities out there?
It's under the same approval. So the same approval is tied across the whole. So at one point, there was a lease agreement with a private oil field company for a number of years, which was leased through the membership. And that lease was done in 2016 or so. So upon that time, the closure and the long-term liability will now fall with the approval holder and people involved in that approval. So basically, Clearwater would have as they're the approval holder now, so they have the approval holder, and this agreement holds in fact that Town of Rocky Mountain House has a shared responsibility in that long-term liability.
Perfect. Thank you for all that information. I do have one more point on this whole, because there's 100 pages to this thing.
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Mack, you got the floor.
I am concerned about the cards that we're talking about giving out. Can you explain those to me again? Because the way that I understand this and the way that it's in my brain is that we could give cards from our county to another municipal district to use our collection areas. But the municipality, Rocky, has a 3-tier card, I think, and we only have a 1-tier card. So I'm concerned that if we give a 1-tier card to the residents of Rocky, then we're gonna get all of the garbage from Rocky to our facilities because we only have a 1-tier, and we have a 1-tier because our taxpayers pay for the other tiers in their taxes. If we give that same card to Rocky, then that's not fair to our taxpayers. So this card that we're gonna give to Rocky or sell to Rocky has to be exactly the same as what Rocky uses now, or we're gonna have an influx of Rocky in all of our surrounding gathering areas. And that'll really put a burden on us and on our taxpayers. So did I read that right, or did I understand it all wrong? Because I tried to read this thing over a few times and I keep coming out that we're gonna get shafted.
Well, great question, again, Counselor Cermak. So the card systems basically work as this. Clearwater County can issue what we call a regional card to the town of Rocky Mountain House, Burnstick Lake. Caroline now is merged or amalgamated with, so they no longer require a card, which they did for about 3 years. Or sorry, up to 5 years till they're amalgamated. The regional card was to try to create a principal fairness and a shared, they use the term the same rates. Obviously there's comparables, and how I'd explain that is, so the town of Rocky Mountain House would look at, they do have utility fees, which is approximately I think to this term is approximately $24 a month, okay? Those fees are directed to residents, households to have the, and this is residential waste only, where they have a 3-cart system, okay? The 3-cart system, again, is very commonplace in urban areas, okay? So you have a 260-liter black cart that is for your waste. You have a blue cart, similar size, for your recyclables. And then you have a green cart, which is for organic waste. So the town of Rocky has implemented all 3 of those, and that falls under their tax base. What they're basically saying to their residents is, if you have excess waste and you have to come to the eco center, other charges do apply. So typically those charges would be, i.e. $3 a bag. Okay, so if they're over and above, if the household waste system that they experience every day does not give them the opportunity to get rid of enough waste, they can use the Rocky Eco Center, but they're also charged $3 a bag. So it's the same rate. They have another, I call it, I guess you could call it a tier. It's just a specified, it would be large items. So large items would be a couch, an exercise unit, anything old, bulky, that is typically not disposed of regularly and one-offs. Those are charged out at $10 each, okay? And then the only other one, which has always been a kind of a bit of a challenger, mattresses, and the mattresses are $30 each. So the town of Rocky, when this agreement first was written, was in 2021, and there was some changes in the bylaw as time went, that they included those items. My understanding was for more diversion purposes. The group there were trying to lessen the burden on landfill, those type of things. So anything additional would be fee charged, and that's typical in the eco centers by the term eco center. The town at that time also made it available for Clearwater County residents to purchase a card or a Rocky Pass for the same dollar value. At those times was $204 a card per annum. Approximately, I would say, a year and a half into the agreement, they did, through bylaw, change the tiering a little bit to get the large items, which if someone was in Clearwater County, would have then been again, you'd have to renew your card every year and pay that fee every year. You would have to come, if you're coming into the Rocky transfer station, you'd have your base fee of $204. And then you would have $3 a bag. Well, it's not hard math if you say $3 a bag for 50 weeks or whatever, you're talking significant dollars. So I don't think there's a lot of participation from Clearwater County residents in their system. Now in our system, we basically have a $204 currently at the same rate. We have at landfill, what we call comparable prices. So if someone's from Rocky and they wanted to say, I want to go to the landfill, do I need to buy a card? No, you don't. You can go and pay your flat tipping fee, which to me would be close in equating by weight. A couch, a chair, certain items could fall anywhere. And we also have a minimum charge at the landfill of $7. So if you did not have a card, your fee is going to be probably $7 minimum plus, then it'd be based on weight. So I'll give you an example. If it was, 200 kgs, it'd be a fifth of $74. So it's based on weight, so it's accurate, it's weight. So ours would be, I would call it comparable depending on the item, as most people bring in multiple items, not just one at a time. So in comparison to those tiers of rates, it's approximate. What we found is Clearwater County has approximately a little over 1% of the cards issued are from regional and non-regional sources. So about 0.6% would be from the town of Rocky. So they're very few. So there's, I would say, we're looking at probably 50 cards at this time out of 5,700 issued through Clearwater County for residents and for community centers. So the impact on those cards are a different color when you purchase them, so our staff are aware. So when you come into a facility, there are some, there's obviously some levels of checks and balances, and card usage has to be registered in the person's name. So there is some follow-up. Now, if somebody was quietly thinking to take advantage of a situation, our attendants are able to just escalate. So for instance, I may get a call, my supervisor may get a call, and at that point we'd have a discussion. Early on, a few calls, yes, probably because of it's a card, it's new, it doesn't allow you to tear down your house and bring it all to landfill on the taxpayer's rate, right? Residential waste, again, by definition, is what's generated in the household. Okay, so it's what's generated in the day-to-day of your household. So that means you're cooking, you're cleaning, those type of things. Large items typically are things that would be in your household. Okay, for instance, couch, chair, maybe even a wheelbarrow, things of that nature. We've had picnic tables. Okay, the town has a week in the spring and the fall where they go to their residents. So if you had a car, you could bring it into the Rocky Eco Center for free. Okay, at that, but it's a point in time, and that's their large item service. Okay, so if you look through that, there's not real advantage, because if you're a town of Rocky resident, you'd be paying your utility bill, plus you'd have to pay another fee for your $204 to get into a Clearwater facility. So if someone typically starts to do that, we would typically be able to see through activity at the transfer station that, that's probably not the most effective use of a card. And we would be able to say at that time, we'd have to go back to the bylaws, the guidelines, what's acceptable with that person. I don't know if that makes sense, but again, we're trying to drive where if there's any advantages, any disadvantages, we feel that there's not a lot of cards out. We feel that we can kind of look at managing some of the ones that are out there in terms of making sure they stay within the applicable guidelines of the use of the card. So that way there isn't a compiling or an advantage or contracted services that may use something and not use, again, this is residential program only. Commercial waste is charged our gate rates that are set by council of Clearwater County in the bylaws.
So the card that you're talking that the resident could buy in Rocky is for large items to go directly to our landfill. What about the whole household garbage using that card to come to any of our facilities in the county? Do we charge that $3 a bag?
Again, good question. No, we don't charge the $3 a bag, and we haven't identified that through, again, they could come into a transfer station. We do see the cards that are green, that sort of thing. We'd see what type of waste that is. Bagged waste typically would be included in our card if it was from a household. But again, if someone was coming in daily with 3 to 6 bags or something, there'd be questions, okay? So there would be some follow-up as to why, what activity there is. We usually hear that through staff. We continue to keep those channels of communication open. If there are any things that we have to escalate and contact people regarding the proper use of the card. Is there really a fail-safe for that? Well, it's basically internal processes through our staff and through asking the right questions. Again, as we discussed at one point, was typically the county people that come into a station, our attendant is there, I would say at least 75% of the time. That we do alter a little bit, but again, they get pretty familiar with people. So they can, I mean, some of our staff can recite someone's number and knows exactly where they live. But again, so if there's anything that would be a flag in terms of an improper use, the people usually have us on phone and say, hey, I've got somebody here, we may need to, follow up a little bit more. That's kind of our bit of our fail-safe. Just to ensure the definition of the waste stays consistent to what the bylaw is, and that there's no, circumventing the main programs and what they're used for.
Yeah, because right now the town charges their people $24 a month to use those 3 bins. We don't have that charge.
That's right.
So for the $204, it'd be way cheaper for them to say, hey, stick your bins. I'm going to the rural with a $204 card. And we could get all of the town's garbage.
That's actually a really great question, and I'm glad you asked it, is usually by contract and by utility bylaw, you can't opt out. You can't opt out of the system. So in other words, you can haul your waste, whatever, but you're still paying those dollars. So based on the town's solid waste bylaws, and I would call it utility rate bylaw, that you can't exempt yourself. All right, so that's kind of a bit of the protection, that no matter what, you're still paying your utility fee. And so whatever you're paying on top of that would suggest to us, again, to make sure that we're not circumventing and trying to, take advantage of a system for non-residential waste, okay? Those are some of the things that the town also has in place, so.
Yeah, I can see the non-residential garbage going to the dump. I mean, our landfill. But when you're talking residential, I don't see that any of the extra garbage that they're gonna make in Rocky, it's way cheaper to pay the $204 and haul it to our central station out at our north quarter. Cause they're paying $3 a bag. If they take 3 bags, that's $9. And if they do that twice a month, it pays for their card.
Absolutely, that's a great question again. So we've had people contact us, well, should I get a card? And if we can, obviously we steer them to the landfill. Because the landfill, if you're gonna pay $204 and you might just do a bit of a spring cleaning and you might come out with a tipping fee of $85, your advantage, do you think you're coming every weekend? No, this is kind of a one-off. We find that it's easy, we can pay, we have transaction equipment there to have a pay item, and that's a one-off, so it'd be less than the 204. Okay, so it'd be less than 204, and that's sometimes advantageous if a couple people with larger items. We do get that on occasion where they'll bring out a couch, a chair, I got a mattress, and just on principle, I don't want to start adding up a fee at the Rocky Eco Center, but I'll pay by weight. Now that weight based on is what our based on a $74 tipping fee would be prorated, and that rate would then apply to that waste. Okay, so there'd be fees on that waste.
I'm just wondering about the placing of this at our landfills. Is that gonna cause us to have more people out there to place this when we have these extra cards?
I'm just gonna chime in just for a second.
Yep.
Councillor Cermak, absolutely, you're looking for accountability and really to, if the system is being abused, you're, wanting to prevent that. So my question would be, is there an opportunity, if it was identified by staff at a transfer site, that a resident, non-resident of Clearwater County was abusing the system, can the cards be revoked? Would those non-residents, non-residents that have a card, could that card be revoked and that privilege lost?
A great question, Councillor Reeve Northcott. Yes, you could eventually take it that way. Usually what we try to do is prevent that from happening. If someone does show up, we've had people come up and try to access that. They've actually tried to pay for it there. Again, our systems aren't, we have a phone record where we can enter data at that time. We just, through current policy, we don't accept charges on the transfer stations. So we would just politely have to decline those people, okay? Or they can come in, if they had to, they could come in and make arrangements to pay Clearwater County before they dispose.
Yes,
But ideally, we would direct them to the landfill.
And I guess one other option people would have, which would be not the best, but the cheapest, is they can always throw the garbage in the ditches, which is but that is an undesirable, no, but seriously, right? Like, the number one goal is to get the garbage into the proper location, which is the transfer site, so, and then eventually into landfill for proper management of waste. So, we just, I know we've seen garbage thrown over bridges and so on and so forth, but, Councillor Humphrey, please.
Yeah, it doesn't add up to me that somebody from the town would buy a card. On top, they already get their garbage picked up, so they pay $24, I believe you said it was $24 a month. We'll use that number. So they're paying $24 a month. They don't have the option of opting out of that, so they're paying that. They'll pick it up right at their curb. So I'm not sure there'd be anybody who'd say, I'm gonna take 3 bags of garbage twice a week or twice a month to a landfill and pay another $204, because that's already, they're paying $288 a year for the town service. Now they're gonna pay another $204. They're gonna pay, that'll be close to $500 they'd be paying to be able to take bags of garbage. If they're taking larger items like a couch or anything like that, they're still gonna have to pay extra for that, or will they be able to take that to our transfer site?
They could conceivably take it to the transfer site. Again, when we monitor our green cards, the only places where we typically see a green card would be Central on occasion, and a lot of times we direct to the landfill. Okay, that's the key. But large items, typically in an average homeowner, again, there's a number there. If they come in and they pay by weight, again, if things are outside of that, because typically it's not always just a couch. You might have a couch and I tore down, I've got a bit of a building, I've got all those other items. It's tough for staff to say, well, we'll just keep the couch out. Basically, there's tipping fees on the whole load.
Yeah, so it just doesn't make sense that you would
It's hard
pay
to
that very often. I can't see too many people buying an extra card. Most people don't like to pay the $280 some dollars they're paying, let alone add another $204 to it. So I don't see those cards flying off the shelf. Myself, I just, doesn't add up that they would be that big of an issue. If you can't get rid of your garbage at the curb and you had a bag, even if you had a couple bags extra on a fairly regular basis, you'd just pay $3 a bag and simple done, but that's just my take on it.
Okay, thank you for the comments. No, it's been a good discussion. Deputy Reeve McKay, please go ahead. Further discussion, motion, questions?
Thank you. I do appreciate the discussion and the sentiment behind it, ensuring that we are looking after our infrastructure. However, I would be surprised if that was an issue with Rocky residents driving half an hour out of town to get rid of a couple bags of garbage. With that said, I would like to make the motion that Council approve the draft amended and restated Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay that Council approve the draft amended and restated Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for all the information and taking the time to give Council additional information. Moving on in today's agenda into items number 8.1, Public Works Operations, 8.1.1 Airport Terminal Building on page 218 of the agenda today. And I will pass the floor over to administration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. So town administration was previously directed to develop options and cost estimates for the airport terminal building. Information was then presented at the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee meeting on February 2nd, 2026. The meeting agenda is attached. At the meeting, the following motion was carried. Be it resolved that the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee writes a report to their respective councils recommending that they direct administration to proceed with option C for $530,500. The option selected by the ICC committee, as outlined in the motion, includes the following costs: demolition of the existing structure and foundation, temporary office, order system, view cameras, and NavCanda equipment, furnishings and equipment, and the traditional stick-built structure. The town of Rocky Mountain House is the managing partner of the airport. Since this is a 50-50 shared project between the town and the county, a reallocation of $265,250, so that's the half of the total project cost, will be required from the county. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the background report. We did have lengthy discussion on this during the ICC meeting. This is an opportunity to modernize and upgrade local infrastructure, and this just happens to be the airport terminal building. Councillor Powell.
Just going to make a motion.
Yes, please, proceed.
Okay, I'll make a motion that, as recommended by the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee, the council directs administration to proceed with option C.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell to that council direct administration to proceed with option C for $530,500. There will also be a following motion to this one. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Just a quick question. The condition of this building obviously is mainly due to neglect. What are we going to do to ensure that this new building doesn't fall into the same disrepair? Is this something that's been discussed at the ICC? I don't sit on the ICC, so that's my fear. We spend over $500,000 on a new building and it becomes the same as this one in 10 years.
CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you. If I may, this building really, from all intents and purposes, performed very, very well. It's well over 50 years old. Saw a lot of traffic through and in essence is a glorified ATCO trailer. It's respectfully aged out. The largest issue I would suggest with this building really is foundational as well. That given the low ground out there, the shifting, the concrete's cracking, the basement is not really a usable item anymore. Part of the discussion with ICC was looking into perhaps salvaging that foundation, and again, respectfully, I don't see any engineer making a recommendation to put a brand new building on a 60-year-old foundation that's leaking. I believe it'll end up on pilings as well.
So the plan for this is a poured slab on piles?
To be determined, Deputy Reeve, that will be investigated. I believe it will end up either a slab on grade or just piles. Given the ground out there, the cost of a foundation, I don't believe it was the direction of ICC to look at the possibility of salvaging that basement before it just gets called quits. I don't believe it's salvageable, just by my mind's eye.
So is there a policy in place that would involve inspection before it got to this point? Like, this building could have been renovated and updated years and years ago, and it could have lasted another 50 years. Like, there's similar buildings out there that are much, much older. So I guess it's just, if we're gonna put this critical piece of infrastructure in, I'd just like to make sure that there's checks and balances in place to make sure that we don't get to this position again.
No,
Because in 10, 20 years, this is now $1 million, $2 million piece of infrastructure.
Absolutely, and if I may, that truly is on both municipalities to really ensure that infrastructure is held up to grade. You know, we always use the word partnership, but we're co-owners. It's on both municipalities to ensure that that building is properly maintained and kept up.
I know historically, do you have further follow-up questions, Deputy Reeve McKay? Or? I don't know if it was so much the neglect to the building. It is aged and dated, and it is old in the foundation. Yeah, the basement, it is quite aged and dated. Sometimes replacement does outweigh the benefits of trying to renovate an old structure. But
10 years ago, it would have been a different story if it was actually looked at and kept up.
the cement in the foundation is part of the challenge with the structure. Councillor Powell.
It was discussed at ICC, you know, to try and maybe use the existing foundation and different things, and there was a lot of opinions in there that were good. There's some builders in there that were trying to figure out what to use and what not to use, and it was the price to even attempt to fix it and to get an engineer in there that was not, it was not cost effective. It was more cost effective to go, this is just what was talked about in there, just to relay some information to go with a newer build, just in the state that it's in. And from what I understand, CO Emmons may be able to quote me on this, but the ground is what maybe caused the foundation to turn out the way that it did.
If I may add just a little bit more, we did have the exact discussion that is taking place here for consideration of other, you know, the best economic way to move forward, and administration was there. There was Councillor Powell's, myself, Councillors McCulley, and members from Town Council. And we did have these discussions, and we did come up with this as the recommendation to Council. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, in this price, I just see the $405,000 for the construction of the building. Did I miss where the foundation is in here, or have we decided what kind of foundation we're doing? Or is this foundation an added cost?
In the beginning of the town's agenda items during the ICC, you can see the first few paragraphs. It says fixed costs regardless of the method of construction pursued. That includes the following costs. That includes the demolition of the existing structure and foundation. So the total would be around $123,000 to $125,500 for the fixed fees for all those different options.
Yeah, but there's nothing in there for the foundation of the new building. That's for the demolition of the old foundation.
For the option C, it was mentioned in the agenda item that the structure includes a new foundation, but no basement.
It does in item number C, it does, it says the structure includes a new foundation, but no basement. So whether it was slab on grade as CAO Emmons had indicated,
But there's no price into that.
It's included
It's
in.
included in the 405?
Yeah, at the very top.
Includes the foundation.
Yeah, that's
but
what
no
it
basement.
says.
Foundation, but no basement, so it's there.
Do you have further comments, Councillor Cermak? If not, I'll move over to Councillor Humphrey.
A foundation can make quite a difference on what you're doing there. If you have to put in a 4-foot pony wall and footings and everything, then a slab on grade, there's quite a difference in price. And I don't see it there, what the cost is. It just says it's included.
Right, it's included in the form.
Yeah. Councillor Cermak, do you have any further comments?
No, I just need to know the cost.
Okay, at this point in time, we could, I'm going to move over to Councillor Humphrey at this time, and then I do have one comment after that, but go ahead, Councillor Humphrey, please.
Okay. I'm just wondering then, is it possible for us to go ahead with we can go ahead with this, with our proposal there with, option C. And at the same time, build something into this regarding, maintaining the maintenance on it, that it gets a yearly maintenance review to see what needs to be repaired, so that we're not looking, as Councillor McKay alluded to, that we're not looking 10, 20 years from now, we need another new building. And we all know upkeep is important. If you have something and you just let it fall apart, it'll do just that, it'll fall apart. But if we have, so is there a way we can put that into this motion that to address that? Because it also has, if you have a partnership or a collaboration between two parties, that's quite often where it falls through the cracks. If this one thinks, well, that one's looking after it, and the other one thinks the other one, and then nobody does, then it does just that.
CAO Emmons, please.
Thank you. And just wouldn't mind reassuring or assuring council that that can't happen. Although we are joint owners, the town of Rocky is managing partner. So the staff out there are town employees, so that cross communication, that lack of communication doesn't happen. The town's fantastic about sending in their monthly reports, letting their co-owners know what's going on, how it's being managed. Hearing the conversation with this council, I can gladly take this forward, chat with the CAO of the town, and have, it's gonna be a brand new building if this gets approved. I would suggest annual would be a waste of money, but maybe starting out every second year, get an inspection done, keep up on that ongoing maintenance. If that sounds acceptable, I could easily do that.
Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Humphrey? Okay. Note I have had the opportunity to be able to go and see the basement of this building, and it's simply just it's aged and dated. Sometimes things just get old and they need to be replaced. It's aged and dated infrastructure. We see it across the entire province of Alberta. My question to administration, has Rocky Mountain House Council had the opportunity to review this agenda item, and have they made a decision on this?
Yes, they already approved it.
Okay.
It's option C.
Thank you very much for the information on that. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, was there any pricing on modular homes? Because I see like Innisfail's got their modular home.
Pricing's all in there.
Pardon?
Pricing's all in there.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
$350 for a module.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We did have those discussions at ICC, and we had consideration there again, and it was determined that option C as a stick-built structure would be the best option to move forward with. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Just for point of clarity, I am not disagreeing that this structure is beyond repair. I wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues on their decision and recommendation for option C. However, it was my intention to ensure that there are regular inspections, as we are a third-party funder to this facility. We do not have the ability, as Mr. Emmons stated, to enforce any policy or regulations. And Mr. Emmons, respectively, being that this building is going to be built on land that is somewhat unstable ground, I would strongly suggest that we did a yearly, at least for the first few years, because that's where you're going to pick up your initial cracks. And that's where, if you do have to do some repairs or some mud jacking, that you're going to catch it before it turns into a bigger problem. I guess would be the only suggestion I have at this point. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion or motion? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
I'll make the motion to proceed with option C as recommended.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Deputy. Actually, my apologies. There was a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell.
Sorry, my bad.
No, that was actually, that one's on me. That's, that one's on me. So if I'm seeing no further discussion, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Powell. The council directs administration to proceed with option C. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favour? Councillor Cermak? I'm opposed. Okay, all those opposed? Motion is carried. There's a secondary motion on this agenda item. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I make a motion that council increases the transfer from the airport restricted surplus and increase the capital expenditure by 265, 250.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey that council increases the transfer from the airport restricted surplus and increase the capital expenditure by $265,250. Seeing any further discussion on this? None. I'll call the question. All those in favour? And those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much to staff for the background information and presenting this agenda item to council. We'll move into item 8.2, Agriculture and Community Services. Item 8.2.1, North Saskatchewan River Park Improvements on page 255. And I'd like to welcome Director Newkirk and Ms. Graham to join us here in presenting this item.
Good afternoon, Reeve and Council. As mentioned, this item is in regard to, do we have the chuck wagon one first? To the North Saskatchewan River Park improvements. So for some background, on January 13th, 2026, the Rocky Mountain Chuckwagon Association presented a delegation to council on proposed improvements to the North Saskatchewan River Park. The RMCA also presented a delegation to town council. And during the town council meeting, the following motion was made by Deputy Mayor Dale Schipholt. Be it resolved that council direct administration to bring back a report with budget implications and processes to improve the park for the Chuckwagon Association. On January 20th, 2026, town staff brought a report to town council and the following motion was made by Councillor Ken Mosger. Be it resolved that council instruct administration to meet the NSRP user groups to determine what can be done to meet the immediate needs of the groups and create a new 2026 capital project that can be brought back to council for approval. On January 22nd, town staff invited the Rocky Mountain Chuckwagon Association, the Rocky Agricultural and Stampede Association, the Lions Club, and county staff to attend the NSRP user group meeting. During the meeting, different needs of the NSRP were discussed. There was also discussion related to the need of a future development plan of the NSRP, which would be brought forward in 2027 budget for discussion. From this meeting, the following capital improvements for 2026 were suggested. For power and internet requirements, there was number one, internet access to the rental hall and ticket booth for the sale of electronic tickets and the ability to use credit and debit cards. Two, internet at the judges skybox and the infield announcers booth, and power to ticket booth and the and under the grandstand. Improvements to the rental hall were for more picnic tables. The users have identified the need for 12 additional picnic tables. They would be used by multiple user groups in and around the rental hall during events. For costs have been obtained by quotes and no contingency has been added. Equipment to bring Wi-Fi to the judges suite, ticket booth, and infield judges stand and the rental hall was around $9,600. The power to the ticket booth and lights underneath the grandstand was $6,200. And the 12 additional picnic tables for the rental hall came to $4,800 for a total capital project for 2026 to be $20,600, which divided by the four groups is equal to $5,150. And as can be read in the attached letter, the Rocky Mountain House Chuckwagon Association has agreed to pay the 25% of the projected costs. And the Rocky Agriculture and Stampede Association has verbally agreed to the cost share, but written confirmation had not been received at the time this agenda was created. So just for some additional background regarding the recreation agreement with the town, the NSRP is included in the town and county recreation agreement. Capital budgets are due before October 24th of each year. However, the delegation requesting the upgrades came after this deadline. So according to the agreement, the county pays for half of the capital costs of the agreed upon facilities. For the town council motion, so there was during the March 3rd, 2025 Town of Rocky Mountain House regular council meeting, the town council supported the recommended motion, which was, be it resolved, the council amend the 2026 capital budget, adding the NSRP upgrades in the amount of $20,600, with funds being drawn from the infrastructure reserve. And that be it resolved, the council instruct administration to approach Clearwater County RASA and RMCA about the cost sharing of the NSRP upgrades with any funds received, reducing the count's contribution to the project. And then we've got the options for council to consider there, and I just did want to add that we did miss adding a piece to that first option. So the first option was the council could approve the $5,150 to support the upgrades of the NSRP, agreeing to the 25% cost share of the $20,600. And then we just need to add in there with a transfer in the 2026 operating budget from contingency to the community services budget. So we just missed adding that portion in there. So if that, once that motion gets made, we just need to make sure that gets added, if that's the choice that council decides to go with.
Okay, just for clarity, so transfer from contingency, you could
So yeah, it would be with a transfer in the 2026 operating budget from contingency to the community services budget.
you're going faster than I can write.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I can say it again, with a transfer in the 2026 operating budget from contingency to the community services budget.
Community
Services.
budget. Okay. Just so if that is the will of council and we decide to go that way, I have everything clear here. Discussion on the matter, clarity or motion. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, I was just wondering, the Wi-Fi that you need to bring into the different suites there, who will be providing that Wi-Fi and by what method?
I believe that was gonna be through the broadband, that they're gonna be putting in there to be able to supply the live streaming and such, which would involve the additional connections to what was listed
You
there.
probably won't have it this year then.
I believe they are hoping for this year.
They're hoping for this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
any
you.
further discussion? Councillor Humphrey. Actually, sorry, Councillor Cermak might have beat you to the draw.
Did we not run the broadband into there last year at Clearwater County's cost?
Miss.
So that they could run the chuck wagon races and air it on what channel it is that I watched it on TV?
I'm gonna,
The power and internet access to those additional locations, like the internet access to the rental hall, the ticket booth, so that was previously not there. So it was just adding access to those spots as well that weren't previously connected.
But we ran it into there, we just didn't bring it to their property line. I think we ran it into the whole facility there.
Okay.
They've just wanted to add more to it now.
Rick just mentioned
Ms. Graham,
that.
do you have comments that you'd like to provide?
Bettina has.
Okay.
COM's mentioned that we ran the broadband to the property line and the town ran it into the facility.
Okay, Councillor Cermak, do you have further comments?
Yeah, why wouldn't they ran it to where they needed to go at the time when they were doing it?
Ms. Graham, please go ahead.
I do believe I can elaborate a little bit on that. So it was, the job had to be done in a quick amount of time to be able to meet the deadline for the World Professional Chuck Wagon Association finals last year. So they got it where they had to enable that to happen. And now they just need to extend it to the other places because it worked very well and it was a great success. They want to continue having the finals there so they can sell tickets online, they can have debit machines there, and they can have all the other opportunities. So they did what they had to do last year in the timeline they could get it done in, and this, I would say, is building off of that because it was a success.
So did they send us a bill for half of what they done there?
I
Or did
believe the town
do it?
paid. I thought the
Seen some
town
head
paid for
nods
it
over
all after, on the property line. Okay,
The town did pay for it all?
we think it was half. But we can get a confirmation of that for sure to council.
What I'm hearing is there was a contribution from Clearwater County.
The county contributed for sure. It's the property line that we believe is half, but we can confirm that for council.
Okay, so on this agenda item, Councillor Levin, go ahead.
Yeah, so you have current Wi-Fi broadband on-site as we speak. So it's just an extension then. Is it possible to do the extension with with wireless through the airwaves? Like you do in your house, or like from your house to your shop in the farmyard, as proposed?
Ms. Graham?
From my understanding, it has to be the trenching. I don't know if CAO Emmons has more background on that, but from the meetings I was in, that's what I was understood.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's an expansion of the wired fiber. It is far more sustainable, and my understanding, they need that level of up and down load. Forgive me, I'm not a broadband person. The terminology might be off, but it's more the capability and power provides the sustainability and the amount of output that they require to run not just the televisions, but all the other amenities as well. So with fiber going right in there, it's just far more practical and easier just to continue with the fiber, trench it, and splice in.
In the description of costs, it's equipment to bring Wi-Fi to the judges suite, the ticket booth, the infield judges stand, and the rental hall. There's also power to the ticket booth and lights under the grandstand, and 12 additional picnic tables for the rental hall, which is all included in this agenda item for the $5,150. That would be the Clearwater County contribution. Okay, Councillor Powell.
I was just gonna make the motion that council approves $5,150 to support the upgrades of the NSRP, agreeing to the 25% cost share of the $20,600.
And if I may.
Oh, and
add-
all that other
Yeah.
stuff, please.
Well, with the,
I did start writing it. It was
Yeah.
the transfer thing, please. Could you
Yeah,
add that on?
so in addition to your motion would be that with transfer in the 2026 operating budget from contingency to community services budget. So that is the motion that we have on the floor from Councillor Powell.
Sorry.
Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you again to administration for all the background report on that item, and we will take a short 10-minute recess. Welcome back from our recess. Carrying on to today's agenda item, moving on to item 8.2.2, sale of the Rocky Medical Clinic. And at this point in time, I'll pass the floor over to Director Newkirk to present this item.
Thank you, Reeve. This is in regard to the sale of the Rocky Medical Clinic, and to provide some background information and history. The Town and County Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee have been discussing the future of the medical clinic, and an appraisal and building assessment were requested by ICC to assist in them making a decision. We have listed all the past motions there that kind of have led to where we are today. I'm not going to read them all unless council would like me to. And I'll just move into the outcome of the appraisal and the assessment that was completed. So the building has been appraised at $960,000, and that includes the parking lot. The leased fee appraisal is $970,000, which also included the parking lot. The attached building assessment determined the overall building is in good condition but does require maintenance work in the near future, and this includes the items listed below. So again, I don't think I'll go into detail. There's exterior stair repair work, wood siding repair, exterior paint, window repairs, replacement of carpets, rooftop units, exhaust fans, etc. The assessment shows several items that have a suggested date of 2030, with some being significant in value. So at the February 2nd, 2026 ICC meeting, the following options were presented. So number one was to put the building up for sale at the appraised value of $960,000 or at a reduced price. Number two was to lease the building at a rate determined by administration for a minimum of 1 year with a triple net agreement. And option number three was do a request for proposal and to promote the opportunity to lease or purchase the medical clinic building through print media and websites for a period of 2 months. And the RFP was attached. So during the February 2nd meeting, it was moved by Deputy Mayor Dale Shippold that be it resolved, the Rocky Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee rise and report their respective councils, recommending that the Rocky Medical Clinic be listed at $970,000, taking a reasonable offer under the condition that the doctors are provided their time to vacate the building, and that was carried. During the February 17th, 2026 Town Regular Council meeting, the following motion was made. Be it resolved that council, upon confirmation from Clearwater County, list the Rocky Medical Clinic building through the local real estate companies at a price of $970,000, taking a reasonable offer under the condition that the present leaseholders are provided time to vacate the building, and that was carried. And then below that, we have options for council to consider, and that includes council approves the listing the Rocky Medical Clinic at a price of $970,000 through a local real estate agent and taking a reasonable offer under the condition that the present leaseholders are provided time to vacate the building, or you could direct administration to put this topic on the next ICC agenda to further negotiate or look into different options. And I'll pass it back over to council.
Thank you, Director Newkirk. Council questions, comments, clarification, motions? Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that council approves the listing of the Rocky Medical Clinic at a price of $970,000 through a local real estate agent, taking a reasonable offer under the condition that the present leaseholders are provided time to vacate the building.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to item 8.2.3, Clearwater County Library Board Accountant Approval. And I do know that Councillor Humphrey is going to recuse himself at this point in time.
Alrighty, to provide a little bit of background on this item. So the Clearwater County Library Board has recently informed staff that they are required to find a new accountant. Per the Libraries Act in Section 6B, Financial Records, a municipal library board shall A, create and maintain complete and accurate financial records of the board's operations, B, have a person who is not a member of the board and whose qualifications are satisfactory to the council of the municipality review the financial records each calendar year and prepare a financial report in a form satisfactory to the council. And C, submit the financial report to the council of the municipality immediately after the report is completed. Records are required to be prepared in a form satisfactory to council, and therefore council is required to approve the accountant. The accountant is completing a compilation for the board, which is sent to the municipal affairs and council. So the Caroline Library Board has chosen Tana Humphrey to complete the work this year. And yeah, there's the below options there. Council can approve the Clearwater County Library Board using Tana Humphrey Professional Corporation to prepare financial statements. Council could choose to not approve this request or other options as deemed appropriate by council.
Thank you, Director Newkirk. And I'm going to, Councillor McCauley has a comment, question, or a motion.
Just a question on, I was under the impression that we really didn't control this board, but we still they need our permission to approve their accountant?
Yeah, it's laid out in the Libraries Act that that's a process that does need to happen. We just can't dictate on how they can use the funds.
Got it. And I guess that's all my questions. I'll make the motion to approve the Clearwater County Library Board using Tana Humphrey Professional Corporation to prepare financial statements.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
I certainly agree with that. That we need to, but just to give you a little more background, the person that was supposed to do this just all of a sudden sent a message saying we had sent him all the information to do our books. He sent it back and said, no, I'm not doing it this year. So he left us in a leech. So we just reached out to somebody locally that we knew, and she accepted. So that's why we have brought it back here, and it needs to be done as soon as possible. So if we could get a vote on that for the positive would be really great so that we can get it done.
We will thank you for the background information on that, Councillor Cermak, and we will proceed. If seeing no further discussion, we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley that Council approves Clearwater County Library Board using Tana Humphrey Professional Corporation to prepare financial statements. Seeing no discussion, Councillor Cermak, is your light just on or comment? Oh, okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Moving into reports, and we will wait for Councillor Humphrey to return to council chambers. Moving into reports, we'll start at item 9.1, CAO report on page 337. Oh, sorry. Oh, 8.3.1. Public participation plan for the development nodes, area structure plans for the White Goat Lakes and Saunders Lexo on page 325. And I see that Ms. Gillum has joined us here today, so I'll pass the floor to you to please present this item.
Thank you. So at the February 10th council meeting, the resolution was made by yourself to bring back the public engagement proposal for the area structure plans. So administration has prepared a public participation plan for the development notes for review of the White Goat Lakes and Saunders Lexo plans. The plan outlines a project description, the objectives, engagement methods, how the information will be reported back to council in an approximate timeline. Additionally, administration has tentatively scheduled the public engagement events based on the attached plan to be held in early April. Should council approve the plan, administration will confirm the dates and times of the events and advertise the information via newspaper and county website and social media. And so, yeah, we've attached the plan, and if you have any questions, communications helped us prepare this as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Council, the floor is open for comments, questions, or motions. Councillor Cermak.
You have the one date that's out in Nordig on Friday, the ASP for this.
That is a tentative date that we have,
Yeah.
yes.
Is there any chance that we could have that changed to a different date than the 10th? It's the only
Possibly.
date that whole week that I can't make it out there.
Okay. We definitely could look into a different date. We were aiming for the Friday, just to be still within during the week, but also on a Friday so that some people that have places out there could come out to participate possibly if they were coming out for the weekend. So that's why we tried to aim for the Friday. We could try to, we'd have to look at the schedule, I guess, to see if they have availability for a different Friday or another day of the week. But I guess it depends on what council would prefer.
A Monday doesn't work?
Most people kind of take, you know, like if they come out for the weekend, sometimes they'll take extra time because it's a Friday afternoon, evening, so they'll just, but a lot of people don't generally stay over to the Monday, but we could definitely try to book something. We're just trying to garner as much attendance as we can. But I'll leave that up to council, I guess, if they want to direct us to try to find a different date.
Is it only me that can't make that date? I was thinking the 3rd maybe is a Friday.
Unfortunately, that is Easter weekend.
Oh,
so
that's
we cannot.
Easter Friday?
Yes.
Do you have any further comments at this time, Councilor Cermak? If not, I'm going to pass the floor over to Deputy Reeve McKay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, administration, for putting forth this draft document. It looks great, and the dates, unfortunately, that one date in particular doesn't work out, but I believe if it's a possibility that we may get more citizens there, that's probably a more benefit than one of us having to miss it, but in that event, the dates can be discussed at a later date. At this point, I would make a motion that council approve the public participation plan for the development node area structure plans as presented.
Can we get a repeat on that motion?
It's a mouthful, let me tell you.
It's already been a long day.
It has been. Okay,
The public participation plan.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve, and yeah, thanks to administration for bringing this forward and to have better understanding and better clarity for the community and the residents and stakeholders of Clearwater County. Seeing no further discussion, call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to item 9.1. CAO report, page 337, and I'd like to invite Mr. Emmons to present this item.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Good afternoon, Council. The March 10th, 2026 CAO report. The Rocky Ministerial Prayer Breakfast, the Reeve and Council have been invited to attend the Churches of Rocky Ministerial Prayer Breakfast on March 11th at 7 a.m. at the Loose Oppet Center. In accordance with Council's remuneration policy, a resolution is required to approve remuneration for attending this event.
At this point in time, I do not believe I'm available to attend this event at that time, but I would make a motion that if make a motion to approve councillors' attendance and remuneration to this event if they choose to go. I'll put that motion on the floor.
This is tomorrow morning.
Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you, Council. So the Rural Municipalities Association Fall 2025 resolution status. Immediately after resolutions are endorsed, the RMA sends out to the relevant provincial and federal ministries or organizations for their initial response. Based on the response received, the RMA assigns resolution status and drafts an initial reaction. The RMA has recently received responses to 7 member resolutions passed at the 2025 Fall Convention. Given these responses, RMA has drafted initial reaction to the following resolutions. The government responses status, the RMA reactions can be viewed for each resolution on the link provided, and they are shown below for council's quick reference. And that concludes my report, sir.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Emmons. Rather than doing an individual motion for each report, maybe we'll just capture these all at the end as one motion to accept them all as information. Moving into, does anybody have any question, any council member have any questions for CEO Emmons on his report? Seeing none. Item 9.2, Clearwater County Emergency Services Report. Is there any discussion from council or comments, questions, clarity needed? Item 9.3, Rocky Mountain House Airport Report. Is there any clarity needed? Questions? Item 9.4, Caroline Area Structure Plan, What We Heard Report. Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
I have, it's sort of different. On 5.2 of the council agenda, we have a map of Caroline that I have never seen in my life before. And it has like a future of Caroline done in 2019. But it has like all the setbacks that were missing on the maps that we were in Caroline talking about, you know, where are the pipelines and everything, but they're all on this map that was already done. It was interesting because we were talking about, this is totally sort of a segue on this, I'm sorry, but they were talking about solar and all that, and it kind of shows you where things can and can't go, and there's reasons why. This wasn't shown to me before. I've never seen this map in my life, so.
Mr. Bisson has joined us. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor McCauley. Mr. Bisson, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor McCauley. So that map is out of the 2019 Village of Caroline Municipal Development Plan. Those setbacks that are identified in that map have changed significantly over the last number of years. So with the area structure plan that we're working on, that map will be updated.
Okay.
And some of those setbacks will no longer be valid.
Will they be reduced in like?
I believe a few of them will be reduced,
Okay.
yes.
It's just neat. I've never seen this map before, so it's just, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bisson, for providing that information. Are there any other comments, any of the following reports? If not, we'll move into verbal councillor reports. And we'll start with Councillor Powell.
Okay. We started the CAO recruitment process, and then we got to go to the Denim and Diamonds. Congratulations to all the winners and candidates. It was great to see everybody out there. We had our strategic planning workshop, and thank you to everybody, all the residents who have reached out. Your phone calls are helpful and your opinions are appreciated. And that's all.
Councillor Letwin, please go ahead. Is there, actually, before we... Well, it's been eventful 2 weeks. I've learned to do, I don't know what the proper word is, but virtuals or webinars, and several different ones, Parkland Library Board, and as well as the ASB cattle tracking. So it's been very informative, very educational. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments for Councillor Powell or Councillor Letwin from any other council members? Okay, seeing none. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. It's been a fairly busy couple of weeks. We were able to attend the privacy and access course at the Red Deer County. That was very informational. While we were there, Red Deer County brought it to our attention that their broadband project has taken a different path. They've joined with what is called Rural Connect. So if it would be possible, I don't know if we brought that forward yet?
Those discussions, yeah, they operate under an MCC. They have multiple municipalities that operate their broadband network. So it could be a discussion at a future date to see if we can find efficiencies in the annual operating and maintenance costs. But those details, there has been no meeting scheduled, but it was a really good discussion, and it was very welcoming from the Red Deer County Council and Mayor Ramsey. But we can have those discussions and we can bring that forward to administration, I think, in the future, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a motion there, but if we could get information brought back on Rural Connect from administration, that would be great. As well as Ms. Powell indicated, we began the CEO recruitment process. We also just recently began our strategic plan review and rewrite. And also, as far as boards go, with the DT Rec Board, there is some business here for administration regarding the Leslieville ball diamonds. If it could be found out as to who owns those ball diamonds and who's responsible for their maintenance. That was one of the questions. As well as the, there's been email correspondence as well, but the Condor Rail hiking path was another one that we're looking for information back on. Other than that, that sums it up.
Any questions or clarity from any other council members for Deputy Reeve McKay? Seeing none, Councillor McCauley, please go ahead.
I'm gonna be pretty boring. I sort of mimicking everything else everyone's done, but I didn't do anything new this week, so it was just the strategic planning sessions. I did have a question from the public on how they submit comments on strategic planning or when that comes forward for public participation, if that's a thing. I don't know, but I did get a question. Oh, strategic planning, public participation. I had a question from the public on, you know, when do they get to submit or when do they get to participate?
I know, Mr. Emmons, we did have a strategic planning workshop yesterday, and Kelly did indicate at that time that we just did come off of public engagement. In his mind was the municipal election that just took place, but please proceed.
Absolutely, Northcott, no, it's my recollection as well. As this strategic plan comes right off the campaign trail, my understanding was that the public participation really wouldn't take place until after a draft was created, because so much is fresh in all 7 years, so to speak, so.
And then I guess I don't have anything else, just coming up, we have RMA, is it RMA next week? And yeah, it's gonna be weeks of meetings, because that's what we have for the next 2 weeks. That's all I got.
Councillor Cermak, are there any questions for Councillor McCauley? Seeing none, Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Sure. Well, I attended the Red Deer with the Red Deer Council. Access and privacy orientation. I found that pretty interesting. It used to be our Freedom of Information, and now we have 2 acts to replace 1 act. I can't believe that government would do that. But anyway, we have access to information now and protection of privacy. So you guys have to be careful what you're doing. The Privacy Commissioner review, this, I guess each council or each municipality has to do something. And I think you have to respond within 30 days, I think he said. Are you up to date on that, Mr. Emmons?
I respond way before 30 days.
I don't know what it all means, but that's what he said. And I also attended the Rocky Chamber and Commerce update, and Mr. Mike's was a pretty good evening. We had some very good food and a couple really good speeches from our mayor and our reeve. And I also accompanied a very happy person at the Denim and Diamonds. I don't know if I talked to my wife for the next day or so, because she was so excited that she got to sit beside Paul Brandt, and he talked her leg off all night long when he wasn't up at the mic. He was talking with Myrna, so I accompanied the First Lady, I guess. So It was a very enjoyable night. I really did enjoy that one. If anybody gets a chance to do what that man has done or participate in, it's not in my city. It's about the kids being trafficking in Canada. It's not in our city. And you can see his little emblem. It's kind of a rose. And it's in all the local airports. And when he said that he started that, he went to lots of mayors and stuff in the big cities. And they all said, oh, it doesn't happen in our city. And looking into it, he said when he proved to the mayors that they were shocked at how much trafficking occurs in Alberta on a daily basis. It was shocking. So if you get a chance, and my wife has got all the information if you want it, there's a little thing that you can put on your phone and it tells you how you can take his, it's a course, it's a half-an-hour course you can take, and it tells you how you can detect trafficking that is happening. He said he has had people phone him and tell him that since they've taken that course, they have saved at least a dozen lives just at the Calgary airport because they've taken that course and they could detect that this child was being trafficked. It was amazing. It was a night well spent talking with Paul Burns. That's mine.
Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Seeing none. Councillor Humphrey, please go ahead.
I was at the Denim and Diamonds as well. I didn't have the the pull to be sitting next to the person sitting next to Paul Brandt. But I did get the information, and it's, if you just put in hashtag not in my city, and I took the course, that half-hour course online there, I took it the next day because it really drove it home. They said it's the leading crime. It's leading the way now in crime across the country. Become the #1 crime is trafficking, and the average age is 12 years old. And when you get into all that, it hits you really hard. And just to imagine that there's those sick individuals are out there, and it's an invisible crime is how they word it. So it was really good. I took it and just to be more aware, and yeah, for a half-hour investment, I suggest everybody take it. Anyways, that, as well as it was a great evening of entertainment there, and to see all the nominees and the winners of all the various awards there. It was just a great evening. Paul Brandt even sang a couple of songs, and then Amber Williams came on stage after her and her band and did a bang-up job. Just great music. Got to get out there and kick up a little dust. And by that, I mean, I was the dusty one when it comes to dancing. But it was a great evening. Lots of good stuff came out of it. Got to talk with lots of people. As well as that, pretty much everything else that's been touched on going around the rest of the council here, I was able to attend those sessions as well, and so I won't bore everybody with that. I also went to West Central Stakeholders and Industry Crime Reduction meeting and got some interesting information there as well. In industry crime in the area has been down in the area for the last while, probably the last quarter or so, maybe even a little more. And probably related to some of the undesirables have been caught and actually locked up for a while. They won't be in there forever, so that puts them back out. Technology is making a big impact, and we've had that come up at a couple of the meetings that I've gone to with West Central stakeholders in industry crime reduction is because of all the cameras that are out there, and they're not just cameras anymore, they're locked right in where you can, that information is relayed instantly. So when they're spotted out there, there can be somebody en route to get them. One of the big things that came up, and our local RCMP were from Rocky were there as well, and I was talking with them. And something they talked about, and I'm guilty of not reporting every little thing that happens, but it helps them build a database. So if you have something happen at your place where it's important, even if it happens, you see somebody and they drive away, or they attempted something, whatever it is, you should still report it and relay that information. They build a database on these people because it's lots of times it's the same ones. They're repeat offenders. They're just going around doing it and doing it and doing it. So if they build that database on them, it allows them a better chance of being able to have them locked up in the end. Yeah, some other stuff that came up at that meeting was also that the planned twinning, and I don't have where this information come, twinning of the highway, they're expected to get to the Blind Man River there by Eckville for this year is their plan on that. So that's the next stage coming up, and there will be a roundabout traffic circle set up for the Eckville corner. That came out at there too, just thought that'd be good to pass on. So yeah, lots of information out and about.
Are there questions or comments for Councillor Humphrey at this time? CAO Emmons, please go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. Maybe, if I may, just to follow up with Deputy Reeve McKay's update. The Condor Community Group has reached out to administration and is looking at setting up a delegation coming forward.
Thank you for that, Mr. Emmons. So many of the events were captured in the reports from fellow council members, so it makes my report actually very short. I attended the community at Mr. Mike's, and the Denim and Diamonds was a very great event. It was well deserving of all the nominees and all the award recipients there. And other than that, really I was in attendance with mostly everything else that council was at as well. So with that, we'd be looking for if anybody has any questions for me or a motion to accept the reports as information. Councillor Powell?
I'll make that motion.
Making a motion to accept the reports as information? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Moving into item 10, correspondence. We have a letter from Indigenous Services Canada regarding addition to Reserve Stoney First Nation on item 10.1. Is there any discussions on this item from council? I do see that, Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
This item is different. When I got this email, I was confused with the whole thing, why it was sent straight to me. Administration never received anything on this? Like, why is it like that, or is that just how this was done?
I believe they just reached out to the area councillor. going back, if I may, this does go back to like 2010.
Yeah.
To assist council with some of that history. From an administrative perspective, there are no concerns. I went to assessment, had them pull GIS data. There's no M&E, no oil and gas in that area. That it would be a loss of revenue to Clearwater County. From a road standpoint, should this expansion go through to fruition, it makes great sense that that local road, that municipal road with the bridge, either become an internal road within the reservation or a higher level of government take it. It doesn't make sense for it to remain a local road. That's an administrative perspective. Other than that, there's really no concerns from our side.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. In regards to this, I'm just going back to the letter in support of this agenda item from March 15th of 2010. It's supporting this item as it was an addition to, supporting the proposed addition to the reserve as part of a compensation package for other lands that were utilized by Alberta Transportation. So is it, and that, is that basically what this entails?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If anybody has any concerns, as indicated in there, they have 60 days from the date, which is to issue any concerns would be April 24th. Looking, yeah, we could have a motion to accept the correspondence as information. Councillor McCauley makes a motion to accept this correspondence as information. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Notices of motion, seeing none. We do have a closed session agenda item here today. So I'll be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor McCauley makes that motion. Call the question. All those in favor? The motion is passed. Welcome back from our closed session. There will be no motions entertained at this time coming out of closed. So this concludes today's agenda for March 10th. We have one outstanding motion, which is item number 13. Item number 13 is adjournment. Councillor Letwin, are you making the motion for adjournment? Thank you for the motion, Councillor Letwin. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you, everybody.